Racing presents the Smart Modified Tour, powered by Pace-O-Matic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get boiling, and drivers, start your engine!
On the weekend, fast as I can, and I'm on at the finish line. You can meet me there, 'cause I'm always on the run. Well, we don't go home till the job gets done.
Here at South Boston Speedway, getting ready for the King of the Modifieds, the inaugural running of this race. Ryan Newman testing here. Have you ever run here in anything before this?
2 years ago, I ran SRX here, so I got whatever it is, 100 laps underneath my belt. And
wait, hold on, a little different.
Yeah.
How are these? This is a modified track.
It is, and it's a really nice racetrack, especially for these modifieds. So look forward to coming back for King of the Modifieds, and beautiful day today here to test. But unfortunately, it's gotten a little hot, and I don't think it's gonna be hot when we come back. So we just feel pretty satisfied. Got to thank Shitty Coolers, Aggressive Hydraulics, Montrose Molders, and Capital Auto Group for sponsoring us. Pace-O-Matic's putting up a lot of money for this series for smart cars to come back, and we look forward to the opportunity.
Got to ask you about this track in particular. There's a bunch of Northerners, right? Who knows who's coming down? Well, what would you say to a modified guy about what this track is like to drive in a mod?
I'm not telling them.
Not secrets.
No, it's fast, and it's a good little racetrack, and it's got some room to be able to make some passes, and it has potential for a second lane. It raced fairly well when we were here with SRX cars, so I think it's a great racetrack, great facility, lots of great fans in Southern Virginia here, and look forward to it.
All right, other forms of motorsports have some marquee events. You look over the dirt side. I'm a big dirt guy, like big dirt fan. Look at the dirt late models. They sneeze and they race for a $30,000 race, right? $20,000 a win and 10 grand for second. Can you put into words how big that is for this style of race car?
Yeah, but my words are numbers, because we raced last week for $4,000, so it's 5 times the race, right? So like, if you're a $50,000 late model guy, it's 5 times that. So it's like racing for $250,000. So that's my numerical answer to put it into words. It's a big deal financially. A lot of these guys, you don't see $20,000 in a whole year in purse money, no matter where you finish. So one race, one chance to win $20,000 is a big deal.
Your perspective as a veteran in motorsports and a fan of it all, how important is it for the modified division to start a crown jewel, to kickstart something like that?
Well, I know the idea was kicked around actually 2 years ago, especially around North Wilkesboro, but this is a great facility. Like I said, a lot of great fans. It was special when we came here. It was my first year at SRX, and it was packed, so I expect it to be packed when we come back here in a few weeks, or next week.
What's it going to be like? Okay, you got a Evan Root outboard hat right now, but you could potentially be wearing a crown in Victory Lane here. How cool would it be to be able to say, at least for a year, you're the 2024 King of the Modifieds?
Yeah, that's something I don't think I've ever had the title of. I've been a champion and a winner and all that stuff, but I've never been the king of anything, right? And I do know, and this sounds kind of corny, but I had hanging on one of my trophies when I was a kid. I think my grandmother had given it to my mom, but it said my name on it, but it says to be king. Right? And it's the definition of Ryan in Latin or whatever, it's to be king. So hopefully she's right.
The big question today truly is, who will be king? King of the Pace-O-Matics, king of the modifieds. Powered by Dominion Energy, live here on Flow Racing. I am Bob Dillner. We're excited to be at South Boston Speedway today, this famous facility here in Southern Virginia. Home for late model racing for so many years, but this place was born back in the 50s with modified action, and that's what we see today from the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic. In just a few minutes, we'll see qualifying for more than 30 of the ground pounders here today at South Boston Speedway. Some big names in attendance here at this racetrack. We'll take a look at today's schedule here at South Boston, live on Flow Racing. We appreciate everybody that's in the grandstands as well, as this place starts to get packed here in this beautiful facility. It was a little bit chilly this morning, blustery conditions, but we're going to see qualifying coming up here for the King of the Modifieds, and then pre-race ceremonies. And right from that, we will go to racing here. Late model stock cars in action. Doc Love, myself, will call the action for the NASCAR late model stock cars. 100 laps will be the distance. The Hornets, and if you watch practice and qualifying, you know that the Hornets are going to be very exciting here. It'll be a 20-lap race, and then the final event of today here at South Boston Speedway. The Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds pre-race, and then the feature. It is presented by Dominion Energy, a 125-lap race for the Smart Modifieds today here at South Boston. The longest race of the year, the richest race of the year. $20,000 on the line and a crown after the race in the Stanley Law Group Kings Court, right there at the start-finish line here at South Boston. Excited to be with you here today. What am I hearing? Wow, that is like weird.
It's got to be. Yeah, that's going to.
That is weird. I'm like,
that's going to be hard.
Who else is talking?
It's going to be hard to deal with.
It's the
TV.
I was just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, because I kept.
What a start it has been to the season for the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic. Carson Lofton, the 15-year-old kid out of Lexington, North Carolina, with 2 consecutive wins. One coming in South Carolina at Florence Motor Speedway, and then just a couple of weeks ago in North Carolina at Caraway Speedway. And the Smart Modified Tour has had quite the history here at South Boston Speedway. We ran here twice last year. Brian Lofton, Carson's dad, actually won the initial race of the year at South Boston. Unfortunately, that Shady Grady Racing number 15 had engine difficulties, a hole right in the oil pan of that race car. And unfortunately, Brian Lofton will not make the grid, will not make the call today because of that engine problem underneath the hood of that 15 car. Andy Jankowiak from New York won the finale for the Smart Modified Tour right here at South Boston last year. Matt Hirschman, a winner back in 2022. Ryan Preece, he's pretty good as well. I think he's racing today over in Texas. Ryan Preece, a winner here in 2021. Gary Myers back in 2001, and Alfred Hill, as well as Frank Fleming, way back when in 1992. Some of the best ever have run modifieds here at South Boston Speedway. Ray Hendrick, of course. We have the Flying V8 Classic that we had here last year. On April 1st, it was April Fool's Day for the Flying V8 Classic last year, but it was no joke. We saw a great race in which Brian Lofton did win, but it's been a difficult start to the season for Shady Grady Racing. 2 straight finishes outside of the top 10. And right now, it looks like we got late models on the racetrack. Doc Love joins me here in the booth.
Well, thank you very much, Bob Dillner. Our Centera Health late model stock cars, Jason Myers. Last year, not the Jason Myers modified racer, but our Jason Myers here at South Boston Speedway. He was the Budweiser late model sportsman champion and does race late model from time to time. So he was first on the racetrack with a 16.437, 16.437, 10-time winner here at South Boston Speedway. Austin Thaxton, second in the 15.467, 15-4-6-0. Jason Myers went a 15. Let me get there we go. 4.60 for Thaxton is fastest. Jason Myers second fastest. Well, now he goes right back up. They're going back and forth, Bob. I'm just going to wait till they're done. I'll never keep up with them. So they're running 2 to 3 cars per session, running 5 laps, minimum 15 minutes for today's qualifying session. Our Centera Health late model stocks, we welcome them back to South Boston Speedway, and we thank them for being a huge part of South Boston Speedway. Title sponsor for our NASCAR Advanced Auto Parts weekly racing series, the late model stock cars. So right now, Austin Thaxton tops the charts with a 15.074. Jason Myers second with a 15.245. So they finally settled it. Austin Thaxton have raced on and off, hadn't really committed to a full season, but is always fast. Over the last couple of years, he's been fast, just no luck at all. So we're glad to see him out here racing with us today and showing some pretty good speed. He's wanting to get some more victories. 10-time victory here at South Boston Speedway. Austin Thaxton. Jason Myers last year had a slew of victories in his championship year. Waiting for the second group to roll out. Today kicks off our 41st season for the late model stock car division here at South Boston Speedway. The late model sportsman, from what I remember as a youngin', going to short tracks all across the region. When it switched over to the late model stock car around 81 or 82.
What are we doing?
And racing here at South Boston Speedway, 66 years of racing here at South Boston Speedway, a staple in the short track community for many, many years. The modified division here, Bob, was the feature division for many years. Lots of guys that were named King of Modified have raced here in the past, but here we go with more late model stock car racing qualifying action. Mark Cassee Jr. on the track. Carl Bajeski Jr., a veteran racer from the Motor Mile, Pulaski County, New River Valley, whatever you want to call it. Kyle Dudley, also from that neck of the woods, track champion a couple years ago. So that's the 3 that are on the track for this session. Kyle Dudley leads that group with a 15.662, 15.662. Mark Cassee Jr. just jumped up to third with a 15.524. Carl Bajeski now got his chance at the top 3. These guys are Kyle Dudley to top of the list, 15.018 for Machine. Kyle Dudley tops the charts in the second group. Overall qualifying leader so far, Kyle Dudley. Austin Thaxton second, Jason Myers third, Carl Bajeski, and Mark Cassee Jr. jumped up to fourth. Carl dropped to fifth. They're still on the racetrack. They'll sort it out. Kyle Dudley pulls it in. So Kyle Dudley, Austin Thaxton, Mark Cassee Jr. moves up to third. Job well done. Jason Myers fourth. Carl Bajeski rounds out your top 5. Here comes the third group. Should be coming out here shortly. Looks like Mike Looney. Stacy Preer. And possibly... All right. All right, cars are on the track. Yeah, it was that. Peyton Sellers, Stacy Perrier, Carl Brzeski drops to 8th. Mike Looney tops the charts with a 14.883, 14.883. Kyle Dudley, Peyton Sellers jumps up to 3rd. Stacy Perrier 4th. Austin Thaxton, Mark Cassey Jr., Jason Myers, Carl Brzeski rounds out the field as they run on the racetrack. Mike Looney right now tops the charts. Peyton Sellers getting a little bit faster. Still hadn't gotten sub 15, top 2 or sub 15 seconds. Mike Looney with a 14.883. Kyle Dudley with a 14.997. Peyton Sellers to the 2nd spot, sub 15 seconds with a 14.996 for Peyton Sellers. Blake Stallings on the racetrack really wants to get that victory today. He was fast in practice. Superman. Whoa, got very loose. Coming off of turn 2. Did a little side skid. Did not touch the wall, so he is good to go. That'll kill that lap, though. But nice driving, nice driving. Was it that? Oh, jeez. Craig Moore on the racetrack. Trevor Ward also on the racetrack. These guys were lightning fast in practice. Trevor Ward in the gray and red 77. Blake Stallings in the white number 76. Trevor Ward tops the chart. 14.872, 14.872. Mike Looney, Peyton Sellers, Kyle Dudley, Blake Stallings, Stacy Perrier. Craig Moore's getting up there close to the top 5, moves Stacy to 7th. Craig Moore's in 6th. Austin Saxon 8th. Mark Cassey Jr. 9th. Jason Myers 10th. Carl Brzeski 11th. Track has still got time for the guys if you want to take a lap for that group. Waiting on Brandon. There we go. Here comes the yellow flags. Got somebody who needs to cross over. Trevor Ward tops the charts for the Centera Health late model stock car with a 14.838. Mike Looney second, 14.883. Craig Moore tops the top 3. Good job, Craig. 14.914. Peyton Sellers dropped to 4th, 14.996. Kyle Dudley rounds out the top 5, 14.997. Blake Stallings, Stacy Perrier, Austin Thaxton, Mark Cassey, Jason Myers, Carl Brzeski rounds out the field. That's your qualifying order for our Centera Health late model stocks.
late model stock car qualifying is complete. That means we have the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic coming up next with their qualifying award. Everybody vying for the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award. And some heavy hitters from all over the country, including the fine state of Connecticut with us, and none better than the guy standing by with Derek Pernasiglio.
Well, you really do have a point there, Bob. 6-time NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour champion Doug Coby down here. You've raced here before, but this is your very first Smart event. So far, how's the day going for you?
It's going pretty good. We got a little screwed up in our mock run and couldn't really lay a lap down, but the Dominion Energy number 7 NY is pretty quick today, and just excited to be down here at South Boston Speedway. You're not going to find too many nicer facilities on the East Coast especially. I love coming here. I love Virginia, Southern Virginia fans. You know, I'm a Richmond Spider, went to college in Richmond, and love to be back here in Virginia. So thanks everybody for coming out. We're excited to be here. We're happy Tommy's here, healthy. Everything's going pretty good so far.
Now, the big question is, are you here to win the inaugural event, or are you here for the money? Which one is it?
What's the matter, man? We want both.
Always good to have Doug Coby here. He's going to be a threat when we go green this afternoon, of course, in this 7NY car with Tommy Baldwin Racing.
Yeah, and I forgot that Doug Coby is a Richmond Spider. It's been a long time since we discussed that, but Coby definitely one of the best in the business.
Oh, he had to bring that up. You know, this is Hokie country.
Okay.
And you know, I've been a Hokie all my life. And I remember in football when the Richmond Spiders would come to Blacksburg and beat us in football. So he just had to throw that out there.
Well, you know, I mean, he's a smart guy, you know,
Right.
you know, made a lot of money there in the real estate business, and then obviously became one of the best ever to sit behind the wheel of one of these modifieds.
We're delighted to have him here, man. It's awesome.
Doug Coby, 35 wins on the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour, one more championship than one of my favorites growing up, Tony Hirschman, a 5-time NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour champion, and Tony's son, Matt Hirschman, of course, with us, a former Smart winner here at South Boston Speedway, and one of the best in modifieds. Both Doug Coby and Matt Hirschman, both in attendance. Coby from Connecticut, and then from Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, is Matt Hirschman. But if you look at all these cars here, beautiful machines. These are unlike, you know, any other race car that you see across the United States. Those open-wheeled cars with the big Nerf bars on the side, 15-inch tires, and 600 horsepower lurking underneath the hood.
Just inches off of the racetrack as well. Very little travel, so it's hard to get these cars to rotate and plant that rear end and boogie down the back straightaway, man, because you have so much tire, so much horsepower, and they're light as well. They're lighter than a late model. And you mentioned Matt Hirschman a moment ago. He is the all-time qualifying record holder here for the Smart Modified Tour, the Pace-O-Matic Smart Modified Tour. 2022, 13.890 at 103.672 miles per hour. Bob, do you think it's in trouble today?
I don't know. I mean, cool temperatures this morning, but honestly, I don't believe it will be. A little bit blustery here. We talked about the wind. And as this track heats up a little bit, I mean, it definitely could. I could be wrong. But at the same time, you know, I think what we saw years ago, just a little different combination with these modifieds as well. And you can see, actually, as we prepare, the track is clear right now, but a good shot we also have on our Flow Racing cameras of the tech line at South Boston Speedway. And we'll show you that as well. And there's the kid that's red hot right now, the 23 car from Lexington, North Carolina, Carson Lofton, the winner of the first 2 events of the year. And as all the cars go through the technical process prior to qualifying, they will make their way out here to the front stretch along the pit wall. And we notice right now, right before Carson Lofton got into that shot, if we widen out just a little bit, that blue car that we see there, Jim Gavick is going through the tech process. He will be the first car out to qualify. So waiting for Jim Gavick to get through qualifying tech here, and then he'll be able to go out and be the first car on the racetrack for Pace-O-Matic Pole Award qualifying.
You know, you talk about Carson Lofton. I mean, how many people that are 15 years old, young racers, that has won as a spotter with the modified and also won as a driver as, you know, in the modifieds? And you think everybody says, oh, it's so impressive, 15 years old winning the first 2 races. But think about this. Here's what I see as impressive. Look how different those 2 tracks were. How you have to conserve tires, and sometimes it takes guys years to learn that at Florence, and then Caraway is so high speed. I mean, look at the difference in racetracks that he's won on. That, to me, is impressive.
And then you come to a track like this. And this track, talking to a lot of the competitors this morning, Doc, this is about momentum. So it's a little bit different than Florence. It's definitely different than Caraway. And now you have to make sure that you keep that momentum up. And sometimes charging into the corner will actually hurt that momentum that you need to keep up.
Yep, it'll make you wash up. So that's where you got to get those cars to rotate and maintain momentum. Let's go down to Derek Pernissiglio.
Thank you very much. And yeah, you guys were just talking about Matt Hirschman being down here with the black number 60. Of course, big money Matt. When the money's on the line, he always shows up. But today the temperatures are a lot cooler than we've seen in the past. Will that affect handling and the way that you guys run these cars today?
I don't think it should. This track's got a lot of grip in it. It's springtime. The tracks always intend to have more grip in the spring, so I don't think grip will be a problem. It's a fast racetrack. I think you'll see some quick times here today.
How did practice fare for you today? We know you've won 2 races here in the past, but how's the car performing?
I think we're solid, so just thank the whole team. We got great partners on board here with Mitchell's Store and Smart Ford of South Boston, right here, a local sponsor. So we got a long race ahead of us. We'll hopefully put a good lap down in qualifying, and hopefully we got a shot to win the crown today.
Well, he may be walking out of here, crowned the king. He's got 2 wins here in the past. He's got the fast qualifier for the track record for this series. Matt Hirschman's definitely going to be one to watch.
The first car on the racetrack for the Systematic Pole Award qualifying now complete. Paulie Hartwig out of New Jersey in the 73. His best time, 14.240. 14.240 for Paulie Hartwig. Next up on the racetrack, taking the white flag right now, the number 22 out of Advance, North Carolina, in the Carolina Drilling race car. That's the number 22 for Jason Tutterow. Tutterow, full-time competitor in that Fury machine here on the Smart Modified Tour, powered by Pace-O-Matic. Second lap on the racetrack, his best time, 14.231. 14.231 for Jason Tutterow. On top of the board he goes. Now on the racetrack, you take a look at this car. It is a sharp machine. The number 51 out of Sugarloaf, Pennsylvania, and the Katie Wolf Trucking, Coluga Excavating, Harmon Funeral Homes. That is a 2-quick race car out of that Pennsylvania state for Jaden Harmon, the number 51 car. Jaden having Stacy Compton spot for him here today. Anybody that knows something about South Boston Speedway knows a thing or two about Stacy Compton.
Absolutely. Got his own grandstands over here. Stacy Compton to our left. David Blankenship, Elliot Stadler, and Stacy Compton to our left.
And Jaden Harmon goes number 1 on the board, 14.128 for the 51 of Jaden Harmon. Now looking for a good run here in his second race of the season. Taking the white flag out of Lexington, North Carolina, in the Yates Grading and Paving PSR for the number 18 of Daniel Yates. Yates first lap, 4th quick, 14.353, 14.353. Daniel Yates, second quick, second lap, 14.230, about a 1/10 of a second off of Jaden Harmon's pace. Green flag now on the racetrack for this driver. Another driver out of the great state of Connecticut, and a very familiar racing ride in Southern Modified Racing, Hillbilly Racing. This is the number 79 out of Newtown, Connecticut, and the Sun Drop 79 race car for Anthony Bello. Bello a little bit loose. One of those drivers talking about momentum here today at this racetrack. He's going to have to pick up the pace just a little bit. 14.331 first lap for Anthony Bello. Second lap, second quick. 14.128, identical time to Jaden Harmon. Tied for first here during Pace-O-Matic Pole Award qualifying. Next up on the racetrack, had a great run at Motor Mile Speedway. Last year, sat on the podium in his first ever Smart race. And the number 9 NG out of New Jersey in the Supreme Manufacturing Pete and Elda's Bar and Pizzeria LFR. That's Andrew Kraus. Andrew Kraus, very fast no matter where he goes. Top of the charts on the first lap. Can he do just a little bit better? Indeed he does. First driver in the 13-second bracket. 13.913 for Andrew Kraus in that white, blue, and black modified. Nice run for Andrew Kraus. A lot better for him than in practice earlier today. More than 30 modifieds in the house here today. Let's go down to DP, who's standing by with a very popular race car driver.
That's right. He's finished second in the last race here in the Smart Modified Tour. Has yet to go out for practice, but go out for qualifying. But Ryan Newman, you've been out on the track for practice. The temperature's rising since practice earlier today. Will that change the way you run qualifying?
No, I'm still gonna go as hard as I can. I think it was so cool that I think it's still cool. Like, it's not like it's 140 degree track temp going from 120 to 140. So I think it'll be plenty fast. As the cars run, they pick up a little bit of rubber off of the racetrack and clean it up, and feel like we're in a good spot. Got to thank Shitty Coolers, Aggressive Hydraulics, Montrose Motors, Capital Auto Group. Look forward to competing in this King of the Modifieds race.
That's Ryan Newman. He's going to compete for a championship also in the Smart Modified Tour and try to walk away with a crown and a $20,000 check this afternoon.
Second quick for the 04 out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and the Q104.1 iHeartRadio Kevin Says Yes.com car. Brandon Ward time 13.937. Second quick to a 13.913 for Andrew Kraus. Now on the racetrack, he has a top 10 finish here in Smart competition just a few years ago. Driver the number 21 out of Reedy Creek, North Carolina. That's a Carolina drilling fury machine for Jimmy Wallace. Wallace hoping for a good qualifying run. This race here today, 125 laps. He's going to have to pick it up just a little bit. Slowest so far in his first lap, 14.329. 14.329 for Jimmy Wallace. Jimmy Wallace does pick it up on his second lap. He goes to third quick, 14.112 for Jimmy Wallace.
Fantastic pickup on that second lap.
Another driver we're expecting big things out of here today. He's had a tough go of it in the first two races for the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic out of Oxford, North Carolina. In the Pace-O-Matic Aggressive Hydraulics PSR for SNS Racing is the 16 VA for Jonathan Cash. Jonathan Cash first lap, 14.242. Cash led laps last year in the Flying VA Classic at South Boston Speedway. Had a great run. He comes to the checkered flag in Pace-O-Matic Pole Award qualifying. Third quick for Jay Cash, 13.944. The third driver in the 13-second bracket here today during qualifying. Nice to see this next driver back with us. He is out of Shelbyville, Kentucky, and he's the 2022 Smart Modified Tour champion. Driving this Troyer for Jamie and Cheryl Tomato, it is Caleb Heddy. Heddy, first lap, 14.022. Can't get much closer to that than the 13-second bracket. Loves South Boston Speedway. Can he get it done here on his second lap? Checkered flag is out for Caleb Heddy. 13.942. Fourth driver in the 13-second bracket. Good enough for third quick for Caleb Heddy. Now on the racetrack, you talk about families. Very impressive in Northeast modified competition. The Barry family certainly is that. In the 8NY from Preston, Connecticut. That is a Wes Gilbert-owned car with Westwind Tree Farm on the side for Tyler Barry. His dad, Kenny Barry, an SK modified winner at Stafford Motor Speedway. His granddad, Art Barry, famous for so many years as a car owner. Tyler Barry, 14.331. First lap for Tyler Barry. A little bit better on his second lap, 14.204, eighth quick. Here's a driver trying to make a name for himself here in the Southern Modified ranks this year. He's certainly done well for himself up there in the Northeast ranks. The number 27 out of Jackson, New Jersey. In that LFR with amazing graphics, D-Mac Pools and Scott Cart Engineering on the side for Blake Barney. And on his first lap, fifth quick, 14.034 for Blake Barney. Let's see what he does on his second lap. Can he improve? And he does. Quick time so far for Blake Barney, 13.877 for that New Jersey Speedster. Rolling through qualifying here today. Gotta love the fast pace. Another New Jersey racer at a Freehold. In the Amerifast Supply, Buddy Ellis Troyer is the 24 of Danny Bone. Danny Bone, power steering issues in practice earlier today. Bone, third quick, first lap, 13.931. Danny Bone loves South Boston Speedway. Has some experience here with the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. Checkered flag is out for Bone. Best lap, first lap. He will remain third quick, the 24 of Danny Bone. Now on the racetrack. In the number 25, that's the Mark III Financial Units Moving and Storage Buzzy Racing Troyer machine out of Maiden, North Carolina. It's Tommy Buzzy Jr. Tommy Buzzy hoping to bounce back after a couple of tough outings. First lap, 14.032. 14.032 for Tommy Buzzy. Seventh quick. Best lap is the first lap for Tommy Buzzy in that Andretti prepared race car. Here's a driver that Derek Pernissiglio talked to just a little while ago. None better, really, right now in modified competition other than this guy. Doug Kobe out of Milford, Connecticut in the Dominion Energy Mohawk Northeast Willwood Brakes Racing Electronics PSR. Kobe to the top of the board on his first lap. 13.849 for Doug Kobe. Again, first lap is the best lap, but he's on top of the board. Out of Connecticut, it's Doug Kobe getting the job done so far here in qualifying. Now, you talk about a driver who has been so dominant over the last decade in modified racing out of Northampton, Pennsylvania in the Smart Ford, Mitchell Store, Boykin Spaniel Rescue, Collier Trucking, Florida Connection, Long Island Mod Maniac, Hirschman Garage and Speed Troyer. It's Matt Hirschman. And Matt Hirschman, numero uno in qualifying, 13.713. Even better, by 1/1000th of a second on his second lap, Matty Hirschman, 13.712. Fast time so far here in qualifying. Rolling right along out of Walnut Cove, North Carolina, and the Carolina Drilling, Greg Butcher Trucking, QRC HVAC and Refrigeration, DSR for the number 4 of Jason Myers. The working man trying to get the job done. 2 pole awards for him last year at Smart Modified Tour competition. Myers, first lap, 14.098. Second lap for Jason Myers, second quick, 13.840. For the 4 of Jason Myers. This guy hoping for a turnaround here today as well. Was very good in practice. He's in the Ideal Comfort Heating and Air. Number 45 PSR out of Burlington, North Carolina for Gary Young Jr. Young, 14.226 on his first lap. Black and orange adorn the side of this race car here this year for Gary Young. And he approves 15th quick, 14.226 for Gary Young Jr. Green flag back in the air. Not many better than this guy right here at Stafford Motor Speedway in Connecticut. He has won 83 races at that beautiful facility right outside of Hartford, Connecticut. It's Woody Pitcat in the 88. That Brookfield Glass Nelson Roofing Machine. Pitcat, 10th quick, first lap. 13.953 for Woody Pitcat. He comes around to take the checkered flag, hoping to do just a little bit better. And he does. Third quick, 13.845 for Woody Pitcat out of Stafford Springs, Connecticut. Now on the racetrack in the number 66 car. This driver out of Danielville, Pennsylvania, and the Lloyd Kitts Industrial Services machine for Austin Kochnash. Austin joined us at Caraway Speedway just 2 weeks ago, hoping to get up there in the top 8 in qualifying. He's got 11th so far, 14.096 for Kochnash. A competitor in the ROC Modified Series. Checkered flag is out. He will remain 11th quick. 13.994 for Austin Kochnash. Couple more cars to qualify here, including this kid right here. So impressive he has been in the opening 2 races of the year. Until those first 2 races, he had never sat foot behind the wheel of a tour type modified. And now, out of Northport, New York, in the Skip Barber Racing School PSR, it's the 77NY for Will Lambros. Lambros had never seen this racetrack prior to this morning, but he's an iRacer, so I'm sure he's seen it a time or two. 14:027 first lap for Will Lambros. Second lap, much better. Numero 2 for Will Lambros. 13:777. Sevens are lucky here at South Boston today.
Well, I guess that cartoon racing does pay off.
Indeed. Now at a Walnut Cove, North Carolina, the Citrus Safe Grill Cleaners, Peanut Patch Backyard Leisure Pool and Spas PSR for the number 1 of the ace, Burt Myers. Burt Myers finished on the podium last year here in the Flying VA Classic. It's been a tough opening part of the season for Burt Myers, hoping for some good fortune here today. Burt Myers, third quick on his second lap, 13:811 for Burt Myers. Here's the driver that captured the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award 2 weeks ago at Caraway Speedway. Driver of the number 12 machine with Cherokee Unlimited All-American Roofing and Restoration on the side for this Troyer. It's Jake Crum. Jake Crum has always been quick in qualifying, 13:867 first lap. Comes around to the checkered flag from Jeff Putnam. And Jake Crum's second lap, 13:738 second quick for Jake Crum. Still everybody trailing Matt Hirschman at a 7:12. This guy could get it done, driving the number 2 car with Randy Renfro, Shitty Coolers, Capital Automotive Group, Aggressive Hydraulics, Montrose Molders Corporation. For this BSR, it's Ryan Newman. Newman made a name for himself in the Cup Series as a fast qualifier, 13:846, 7th quick first lap for Flying Ryan. Second lap for Ryan Newman, 5th quick, 13:831 for Newman. Here comes the number 1 PA car out of Newtown, Connecticut in the Harry's U Pullet Newtown Pools for Zosa Trucking Karchner Warehousing Machine. That's Steven Kopchik. Kopchik, great run at Motor Mile last year in his first ever smart start. Kopchik hoping for a good run here in qualifying as well. 18th quick first lap, 063. Needs to do better. And he does. 5th quick, 13:817 for Steven Kopchik. Here's one of the rising young stars of modified racing out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in the Pace-O-Matic Stanley Law Group Mohawk Northeast PSR for Luke Baldwin in the 7 VA. Baldwin, 2 top 10 finishes to start the season for his rookie campaign. Baldwin to the top of the board on his first lap, 13:610 for Luke Baldwin. And that will remain the top time so far. Luke Baldwin, 17 years old, so far quickest in qualifying for the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award. Out of Miami Springs, Florida, and this Torch Eyewear, Molecule, Air Shock, Drive Refined, SRI Performance, Bilstein Shocks, Fury Machine for former NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, or I should say Craftsman Truck Series winner for Joey Coulter. Change a lot of sponsors like we change your underwear sometimes.
Some more than others.
Coulter on the racetrack, 2 wins in the Smart Modified Tour in his career. Coulter, first lap, 967. Second lap, it'll be a little bit better, but not where he wants to be. 13:939, best lap on the second lap for Joey Coulter, 15th quick. Now on the racetrack, you talk about this kid is just so good. Winner of the first 2 races of the year out of Lexington, North Carolina, in the LNR Transmissions, LeBlue Bottled Water, QMF Metal Fabrication PSR for Carson Lofton. Lofton, second quick first lap, 13:687. He's got to pick it up just a little bit. Can he do it? Carson Lofton, second lap, a little bit better, but not good enough. Carson Lofton, second quick, 13:628 for Carson Lofton. Oh, now on the racetrack. Locked him up a little bit going into turn number 1 out of Beaumont, Pennsylvania in the Double D Racing 21 VA. It's Jim Gavick. Gavick with 8 career starts on the RLC Modified Series. Now living down here, down south, comes over to South Boston Speedway, making his first start of the year. You should get ready with the pole sitter. Forget him. Gavick, 15.345, best lap on the second lap for Jim Gavick. And final car to qualify out of Waverly, New York. This kid has run B mods, he's run crate mods, he's run a whole bunch of different stuff, dirt and asphalt from the upstate New York region. The number 23 NY of Bryce Bailey out of Waverly, New York. Bailey had some good runs in the opener at Florence Motor Speedway. Had some difficulty earlier in the day with the power plant on that car, and it still shows here 14.204. Bryce Bailey, 26 quick for more than 30 cars today. And that will conclude Pace-O-Matic Pole Award qualifying. And on top of the board here today at South Boston Speedway, the 17-year-old kid out of Mooresville, North Carolina, and the Pace-O-Matic 7VA for Luke Baldwin. Put your hands together for that teenager today here at South Boston Speedway. Great run for Luke Baldwin here today. In fact, the teenagers looking strong, 1 and 2, Luke Baldwin and Carson Lofton. The redraw will happen here in just a minute for the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, powered by Dominion Energy. And right now, let's go down to DP.
Thanks a lot, Bob. You know, Luke Baldwin on the pole, one of his good buddies, Carson Lofton right alongside. He's won the first 2 races. Is this becoming like a friendly rivalry with you? Now you gotta step it up.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, there's no one in this field I want to beat more than either him and now the 7NY. There's definitely, those are the 2 guys that I want to beat the most. But yeah, to be on the pole is super cool for this big event, and all these guys in this field. It's pretty incredible. But you know, it's still got a long 125 laps, got a lot of work to do, so can't let it get to my head too much, and we're going to hopefully go get us. We'll be in the same spot at the end of the 125, I hope.
Dad came over, gave you a big hug for putting it on the pole, but did you know you had a good pole run going when you were out there on the track?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone all day struggled tight, you know, center off. So we loosened it up a good bit for qualifying, and really going through 3 and 4 when I felt it turn like it did. I knew we had a really good shot, and then I got through 1 and 2. I think better than I've ever gotten through here. So after the first lap, I knew I had a good one and I had a little room to kind of go for it. So I went really hard. My second one kind of slipped up a bit and lost time, but you know, we had enough on the first one, so put us in a good spot for sure.
Well, Luke Baldwin is going to roll off on the pole. So he's the fast qualifier. After the redraw, we're going to find out where he is going to start. But Luke Baldwin really excited about today's run, and after talking with him earlier today, he said, you know, if it comes, 7NY car out of the way to win the race.
And next up here at South Boston Speedway, the Dominion Energy redraw. The top 8 qualifiers will head down to the Victory Lane area. And Luke Baldwin, by virtue of his Pace-O-Matic Pole Award, will pull a pill out of a hat. And that will have a 4, a 6, or an 8 on it. And then after he does that, that amount of the top qualifiers will redraw for starting position.
You know, he talked about Doug, the 7NY. That's his dad's car. Of course, he wants to beat Doug Colby. But do you realize, you know, he and best friend Caleb Hetty in the 99 machine, they've been friends for a long time. This is the first time they've raced head-to-head in modified racing on a racetrack. So they're very excited. They've been talking a lot of smack back and forth.
Well, speaking of, you know, heads, I saw Caleb Hetty today, and he used to have the mullet. Mm-hmm. The mullet's gone. He's got a mustache right now, clean cut, haircut for Caleb Hetty. I was impressed. But he threw me for a loop because I didn't even recognize him.
He's fast with the mullet. You don't get rid of the mullet when you're winning.
Let's review Pace-O-Matic Pole Award qualifying here for the Smart Modified Tour. Luke Baldwin with the top time at 13.610. Carson Lofton, his buddy, second quick, the winner of the first 2 races of the year. Matt Hirschman, former winner here at South Boston Speedway in Smart competition, third quick. Jake Crum winds up fourth quick. He won the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award at Caraway just a few years ago. Will Lambros, fifth quick in that 77, and only his third start in a tour-type modified. The defending series champion Burt Myers, sixth quick, 13.811. Steven Kopchik winds up seventh quick in that number 1 machine. A good qualifying effort for him, and rounding out the top 8 in qualifying, Ryan Newman, 13.831 in that Shitty Coolers number 2. And yes, that is truly the name of that cooler company.
I wasn't going to say a word.
Rounding out the top 10 in qualifying, Jason Myers, who won 2 pole awards last year. At number 4 winds up 9th quick. And Woody Pitcat out of Stafford, Connecticut, rounds out the top 10. Doug Hobie, by the way, just missing the top 10, 11th quick in qualifying. I want to invite you to go to the Smart Social as well as Short Track Life to follow all the action here today at South Boston Speedway. We'll take a quick break and come back with the redraw here at South Boston. We are back here live at South Boston Speedway for the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. We've seen Vista practice for the Smart Modified Tour. We have seen Pace-O-Matic Pole Award qualifying, and now it's time for the Dominion Energy redraw. For that, we're going to go downstairs here at South Boston Speedway to Derek Perniciglio.
Thank you very much, Bob. And yes, Luke Baldwin is down here in Victory Lane getting ready for the redraw. We are going to draw that pill. We are waiting for one of the dignitaries from the Smart Modified Tour to come over with our pill redraw, and we will have Luke Baldwin pull that. Of course, we said it's going to be a 2, 4, 6, or an 8 for them to redraw. Yes, come on in, Jeff. We're going to have the pole award presented, or actually the fast qualifier, the Pace-O-Matic Pole Position Award, the inaugural King of the Modifieds. Luke Baldwin down here accepting the plaque from Jeff Bunton. And we are waiting to come in with the grab bag here for the 2, 4, 6, or 8.
Pre-draw bag.
Here we go. Luke Baldwin digging deep into the bag. And what have we got, Luke? Hold it on up. 4. We're going to redraw 4. At least it's not 8, Luke. That's the way to look at it. It could always be worse. That's right. Situations could always be worse down here. Smart officials are also down here rearranging the number for the redraw. We're going to bring up the top 4. Got Jake Crum down here. Carson Lofton is also here. Matt Hirschman, and of course, your fast qualifier, Luke Baldwin. Great run also for Luke Baldwin in his first couple of outings, of course, finishing 5th in his very first appearance in the Smart Modified Tour at Florence earlier this year. And here we go. We're going to redraw and repick for the top 4 starting spots. And what have we got? 4. Like you said, Luke, it could always get worse. But Luke Baldwin is going to roll off on the outside of row number 2. And we're going to bring in Carson Lofton in the L&R Transmission-sponsored number 23 machine. The winner of the first 2 races this year, looking for the hat trick. And where is he going to start? 3rd. 2nd row inside, so I guess the 2 friends are going to start next to each other in this race. And we've got 2 more tickets to give away. I guess you could call them tickets. Here comes Matt Hirschman, who has won here twice in the past. And Matt Hirschman draws the number 1. Big money Matt on the pole for 125 laps. And we've got Jake Crum about to step in here. So Jake with many laps here in the past. He pulls number 2. So Jake Crum, the late model specialist, will start on the outside of row number 1, Bob.
Looking forward to this race here today, Derek. Great job down there. And that was the Dominion Energy redraw, the top 4 from qualifying, redrawing here. They had the opportunity to pick a pill out of the hat, 4, 6, or 8. Baldwin chose a 4 and then wound up choosing the 4 again. He will start 4th after winning the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award today at South Boston Speedway. Still got a lot to go here at South Boston as well. Pre-race ceremonies here in just a moment. And then we will kickstart things here today. And we have the late models for 100 laps, the Hornets, and then, of course, the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award was here today. But today is the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. We'll get everything organized down there. We're going to take a class photo, I believe, as well. At least that's the plan, to get all the starters in this prestigious race, the inaugural event, to take that class photo down there at the Victory Lane sign. Right now, Luke Baldwin taking pictures after winning the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award. He races for Bill Stanley and Hermie Sadler, 2 names we know very well around the South Boston Speedway area, Doc.
Oh, absolutely. He and his brother won many a late model race. He's also got his name up here on one of the grandstands here at South Boston Speedway. So what an honor it is to see those guys come back to the racetrack and several different facets. Here in Stacy was here spotting for someone, so I know he enjoys coming back to the Speedway, and everybody does. And take a peek up and see their names forever on the grandstands. What an honor it is, and to have these guys to return with different series and things. That's pretty cool.
Got a great championship battle brewing in the Smart Modified Tour, powered by Pace-O-Matic as well. As we mentioned, the man that's going to start on the outside of the front row, Carson Lofton, 2 wins for him to start the season. He leads the points brigade. Ryan Newman, 2nd. He's got 2 podium finishes, a 2nd and 3rd so far this year. Danny Bone out of New Jersey in the 24 car, 3rd in points right now. Jimmy Blewett in the 99, 4th, and 5th, Luke Baldwin. To kick off pre-race ceremonies here at South Boston Speedway, let's head back downstairs to Derek.
Well, we're almost ready to begin pre-race ceremonies. They're going to roll the late models around here to the front stretch, and then we're going to introduce Brandon Brown and all the dignitaries that are here today for the King of the Modifieds event. So just a moment or two, quick break to take a breather. Once we get these late models rolled around to the front stretch, we're going to introduce you to all of the people that are going to help out with the pre-race ceremonies, invocation, prayer, and of course our grand marshals. And you'll also get to meet Brandon Brown, the manager here at South Boston Speedway, who is been an integral part of putting together this incredible event this afternoon here for all the race fans. And now we're going to go back up top to Bob Dillner. Bob?
Well, thank you so much, Derek, a hard-working guy down there today. Going to bring us a lot of the interviews from all of today's racing action.
As you look over in turn number 4, Boone Tractor has been around for many years. That's our provider for the Massey Ferguson tractor that you saw going down the back straightaway, cleaning up on the backside there. Boone Tractor has been around, and there's one reason why, because they put you, the customer, first. Whether you own 1 acre or 1,000, the team at Boone Tractor can help you find the right equipment that will suit your needs. Their wide selection of top brands of both new and used equipment rivals any other dealer in our region. Boone Tractor is price competitive, people focused, and offers for sale follow up like no other dealer. So when you're dealing with that kind of money, those things cost more than your pickup trucks. They do. And they do a lot more work than your pickup truck. So it's awesome to have a company that you deal with that does a follow-up for that kind of equipment.
Yeah, and they're a big supporter here at South Boston Speedway. We thank you to everyone from Boone Tractor for helping out, because without them, South Boston Speedway could not operate as efficiently as it does. Just awaiting some pre-race ceremonies here. And we talk about the qualifying redraws. We got a 125-lap race here today at South Boston Speedway. $20,000 on the line. Big money all the way throughout the field. And we will have lap 30 will be the end of Bell Helmet stage number 1, but a little twist. No caution this time. Usually we throw a checkered flag with Bell Helmet on it, but by virtue of this being a 125-lap race and a caution coming in between laps 60 and 75 for a mandatory fuel stop, there's going to be no caution at the end of Bell Helmet stage number 1.
Well, why do they call it a stage then if it don't stop?
Hey, we still award points and money at the end of stage 1. We didn't say they stop. We just said it's the end of stage number 1. But this racetrack here at South Boston Speedway, so special to so many people. I think Doc's been here since 1957. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I look like it today, don't I?
1957 is when it opened, 4/10 of a mile oval. At 12 degrees of banking, yes, actually swapped over from dirt to the current configuration. But, you know, it's seating 10,000, most wins ever. We talk about it, and I have a sticker right here to campaign for Ray Hendrick, the NASCAR Hall of Fame. We hope to see him there. And, of course, it's the home of the bologna burger. I already had one today, Doc. Have you?
Not yet, but I will, because I get to be a fan during the modified race.
Yes.
So I will. I don't know if I'll get up to the Elliott's record, but I'm going to try to. So, yeah. Might take some pictures down there for folks.
What is Elliott's record, by the way? I talked to him about it years ago, and I couldn't remember on my way up.
It's changed over the years, but I think the main number that I hear is 25.
25.
Good Lord.
Wow, that's a lot of bologna burgers.
It's a lot of bologna.
Yes. All right, I believe now it's time to kickstart pre-race ceremonies, and let's go down once again to Derek.
That's right, Bob. We are ready to kickstart pre-race ceremonies down here in Victory Lane, right across from the start-finish line here at South Boston Speedway. We want to introduce the general manager here at South Boston, Brandon Brown.
How's everybody doing this great Sunday? One more time, how's everybody doing today? That's what we like to hear. Sunday fun day here at South Boston Speedway. Thank you all so very much for coming out. I know we had a little rain in the forecast yesterday. It is a beautiful Sunday here at Sobo. Thank you all so very much from our entire staff and myself. This is my first race as general manager, and it's such a fun day today. Not a cloud in the sky, man, and I can't wait to get this thing started. So how about we get started? First of all, I'm going to introduce Ricky Hutcherson, representative from URW, to say a few words, our proud sponsor for today's race.
Thank you. We are very proud to be sponsoring this race today. I'm branch manager at URW Community Federal Credit Union here in South Boston. We're headquartered in Danville, but we have various offices around. Our branch was actually opened in 2016, and we have grown every year. The community has accepted us very widely, and we are thankful for that, and we're very proud to be sponsors today. And we will be starting Saturday drive-in hours in April from 9 to 1. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ricky. We want to thank you for all of the help that URW does to support the racetrack here. Then we also want to bring in our next guest. He is the Virginia State Senator, but pretty cool to also call him a car owner, Senator Bill Stanley. Bill, great to have you here, and boy, this is fun, isn't it?
Oh man, this is the best kind of racing, open wheel modified racing here at South Boston. Hello, South Boston! Represent! This is the greatest crowd, greatest track. We've got great sponsors with Pace-O-Matic. We've got great sponsors with Dominion Energy, Vista Installations, Stanley Law Group, SLG Consulting. We are so happy to make this one of the richest modified races on the East Coast, and this is the first of what we're going to come back and do every single year, because short track racing is the best racing, and the best racing's here at South Boston Speedway.
Bill, how important is it to have big events like this, especially for a series that is growing?
Absolutely. The Smart Series is one of a kind. From North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia. They're bringing racing back to all of these rural short tracks. It's so important to our economy. It's so important to our racing heritage here in Virginia. There's nothing better, and it's only looking better from this moment forward. We're so excited for today.
That's Bill Stanley, ladies and gentlemen, Virginia State Senator here and also co-owner of S&S Racing. And now that Bill Stanley takes a step aside, we also now want to introduce South Boston Speedway Chaplain, Jim Foster. I want to ask all you ladies and gentlemen to please rise and remove your caps.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this beautiful day for racing here at South Boston Speedway. We ask you to bless our 2024 season as we started today. Father, we don't take our freedom for granted here, and we appreciate it. We thank you for the men and women in our military. We ask you to encourage them and keep them safe. We pray for healing, God, for anyone who is dealing with illness or injury. We especially pray for Fran Ildowski. We also pray for comfort for Nancy Poole's family. Nancy was the Halifax Chamber of Commerce for many years and helped our track. We ask you to comfort them as only you can. Father, we thank you for all these race teams, the owners and the sponsors represented here today. We also thank you for all the modified teams that joined us. We pray for safety for our drivers, our crew, their crews, track staff and personnel, and for all these great fans. We ask you to bless all that will take place here in South Boston today. We give you all the glory and the honor. In Jesus' name, amen.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jim. And now, please, ladies and gentlemen, remain standing. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. I want to bring in Bart Lattimore from Peanut Patch with the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, well, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
about that, ladies and gentlemen? Bart Lattimore brings the crowd to its feet for the singing of our national anthem with Old Glory flying high in the center of the infield. We want to thank him. We want to thank all of you fans for coming out this afternoon. You can hear that rumble in the background. The late models are getting ready to stage. We're going to go back up top for just a minute to Bob Dillner, and then we'll come right back down to me with the command of fire engines. Bob?
Westwood.com. New England drives Ira.
Pace-O-Matic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get boiling. And drivers, start your engine!
Well, I burn my rubber on the weekend, fast as I can, and I'm on at the finish line. You can leave me there, 'cause I'm always on the run. Well, we don't go home till the job gets done. Till the job gets done.
It's a glorious day for so many reasons in Southern Virginia. Today, a new era begins for Southern Modified Racing. And forget that, not just Southern Modified Racing, for all of modified racing across America. It's the inaugural Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy right here at South Boston Speedway. Hello, everybody. I am Bob Dillner. Alongside of me, I'm lucky to be broadcasting this event here on Flow Racing with my brother Matthew Dillner. We've grown up around modifieds. What is the ambiance around today's event?
This event is designed for people like you and me. This event is designed for the massive crowd that is assembled here at South Boston. True modified people. As I look down there, I see Richie Evans shirts. I see other modified shirts. Bowman Gray fans. This is a race for modified people that transcends borders.
And if you look at these grandstands, you might see some blue right now. That's because they're getting their bologna burger down at the concession stands and a bunch of other stuff. Smart hoodies, koozies, T-shirts, hats, all sorts of things, and a great concession stand. But also, I love the gift shop here as well.
Yes.
And there you see, from our Carolina Drilling Citrus-Safe Grill Cleaners drone on Flow Racing, the field assembled here. Drivers will gather near the start-finish line to take a class photo in just a minute. So drivers, if you're not there yet, get your booty on down there to the start-finish line, because we will take a picture with the fans behind us today. We want to know who's going to be the king of modifieds today here at South Boston Speedway.
Well, there is only one king in my book, and that is Richie Evans, Bob. And, you know, in the South, you might look at Ray Hendrick, you know, one of the greatest Southern Modified drivers of all time, and we celebrate Southern Modified heritage with the Smart Modified Tour. But you know what? When you're talking about modifieds in general, transcending borders, there is only one king of the modifieds.
The Rapid Roman, Richie Evans, the 9-time NASCAR National Modified Champion. For more on him, let's go to Derek Perniciglio.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Matt. And yes, this is the car that belonged to Richie Evans. Beautifully prepared car by Billy Nazowitz. It is a Richie Evans chassis built by Billy Nazowitz, his longtime crew chief for many, many years. The orange number 61 graced so many racetracks up and down the East Coast. 9-time National Modified Champion. And Richie Evans, in his final year of racing, won 12 races and the championship in what was the newly formed NASCAR Modified Tour. Of course, Richie met his untimely death in 1985, but this car was used throughout the 1984 season as his primary car. You can see the little bit of the black that's in the paint job. Of course, when 1985 rolled around, the car went to orange and blue, which is a little more of the indicative colors of New York State, of course, having that New York State orange on the car. But boy, look at this car. Billy Naswitz just did an amazing job on this thing. It still has the original Goodyear Eagle slicks on it, the Bart wheels as well. And you can also tell how much of an innovator Richie Evans was in his time, because if you walk back here to the right rear corner of this car, the double-tier Nerf bars really didn't come into effect until the early 90s. And here's Richie right here innovating even in the 80s with the double-tier Nerf bars in the right rear of the car. So Richie, of course, being one of those guys who was way ahead of his time, brought this car to victory lane so many, many times. And we also want to thank Halmar Friesen Racing, who also houses this car in their showroom, for bringing it out and for all of the fans to enjoy it, because there have been crowds in this car all day, people snapping pictures. And boy, for me, I'm fanboying out here right now, guys. This is the car that I remember growing up and watching.
I love it. Richie Evans has meant so much to so many people within the modified community. Derek, great job there. Quick question before we start talking about these modifieds here. Do you know how Richie actually got the orange color?
Yeah. I mean, they needed to get paint, and paint was cheap if you got it from, New York State, the thruway and stuff, and they operated the plows and everything. But, looking at that car, Chris Williams, a bunch of us that are involved in SMART. You can't have an event called the King of the Modifieds without honoring Richie. And the fact that Billy and Lynn Evans and Tara and Richie Jr. blessed us with the opportunity, and Stuart Friesen for being such a huge help, races in the truck series, to get this car here so fans can celebrate Richie Evans and what he meant to modifieds. This race isn't a Richie Evans memorial, but this is a race that we like to honor people like Richie.
So drivers will start to line up at their left front tire. We will have out-of-car driver introductions here in just a minute prior to us getting kick-started here for the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. This has been a long-time goal for the Smart Modified Tour, powered by Pace-O-Matic, to put an event like this together, and how fitting is it that it's here at South Boston Speedway?
I interviewed Ryan Newman at the test here, and we were talking about it. The conversation about a marquee event, a crown jewel event, started at North Wilkesboro. We were talking about it, and Chris Williams and the group trying to do something bigger than what we typically do. And finally, a big money race in the Southern Modified Division, and one that transcends all.
This place opened back in 1957, first as a dirt track, and then it was paved 4/10 of a mile oval. It's got that banking in the corners. Nobody better than Ray Hendrick with the Flying VA, that number 11. You got to love that. We had a race in tribute of him last year here at South Boston Speedway.
And we'll continue to have one with the Smart Modified Tour. This year it moves to Dominion Raceway. Later in the fall, the Flying VA Classic. But when you think of South Boston, buddy, you think of the 4-H's. You think of Hatfield and Sonny Hutchins and Runt Harris, and you think of Ray Hendrick. Some of the greats in modified racing in the South raced right here at South Boston Speedway.
All right, I think it's time that we meet the drivers in today's starting lineup. And before we do have 3 drivers to mention that are not in the starting grid. Unfortunately, engine problems for Jimmy Blewett. Jimmy Blewett 4th in Smart Modified Tour points coming into this one. He won't be in the starting lineup. Neither will last year's winner of the early race here, Brian Lofton. Lofton not in today's show as well. He had an engine expire, grenaded in that Shady Grady Racing number 15. And then Chris Pastriak as well. Pastriak family, that tradition continues. Unfortunately, he had trouble under the hood here today as well.
Yeah, they had a little vibration in the engine in practice, and then really took a closer look and were like, hey, this isn't good. But I'll tell you this, smiles on their faces. Charlie Pastriak, Chris's dad, saw them at the tire truck afterwards, and they were so disappointed because they've been following what the Smart Modified Tour is doing, and they were really happy to come down here to Virginia to participate in this event.
So let's meet the starting field today, 30 strong for the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. Starting 30th here in the 21 car. He is out of Pennsylvania, an 8-time starter on the Race of Champions Modified Series. It's Jim Gavick. Starting to his inside on the final row of this one here today. at South Boston Speedway as we collect all of our cameras on Flow Racing to feature each and every one of these drivers in that orange number 73 car. He is out of New Jersey. It's Paulie Hartwig. And folks, put your hands together for all of these drivers here today because they deserve your applause for what they're about to do for 125 laps. Starting 28th here today out of Advanced, North Carolina, it's the Carolina Drilling Car, the number 22 for Jason Tutterow. Starting to his inside, we just saw a glimpse of him just a moment ago in the Yates Grading and Paving Machine, that number 18 car for Daniel Yates. Starting 26th in the number 23 machine. He's out of Waverly, New York. He's competed at places like Evans Mill in upstate New York, where he is a former winner. It's Bryce Bailey. And then one of the most famous names in all of modified racing adorn the top, the roof of this next car. He's driving the number 8 NY here today. He is an SK modified competitor at Stafford Motor Speedway, a third-generation racer in modified competition for Tyler Barry. Starting 24th here today. Good look at the car at the top of that right now. The Hillbilly Racing Ride. He is a two-time winner in SK Modified competition from Stafford Motor Speedway. He hails from Connecticut. It's Anthony Bello in the 79. To his inside. This guy has wins at places like Evergreen in Pennsylvania. Driver the bright number 71 here today. He's got Stacy Compton. We all know Stacy Compton here at South Boston Speedway as his spotter. It's Jaden Harmon. Another one of the full-time competitors here on the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic. He will start 22nd here today. He's the driver of the Carolina Drilling number 21 and finished 7th at South Boston Speedway just 2 years ago for Jimmy Wallace. Jimmy Wallace, one of the true tough guys. But there is an immaculate-looking race car prepared by Mike Smith. That blue and white number 25 machine. Tommy Buzzy in the last 3 races here has finishes all in the top 5. Can he come from 21st today to get it done? To collect that $20,000 prize? Put your hands together for Tommy Buzzy. Our next driver in a good-looking modified, black and orange, the colors adorning this number 45 machine. He's out of Burlington, North Carolina, Gary Young Jr. Starting 19th here today, a flat black number 66 machine. It looks bad to the bone. He's a winner, a former one, on the Race of Champions Modified Series. He's out of Pennsylvania for Austin Koshnash. Starting 18th. This is the one that this guy has had circled on his calendar all year long. He finished 4th at South Boston Speedway last year in Smart Modified Tour competition. He drives for S&S Racing with Pace-O-Matic on the side of his car. It's J Cash, Jonathan Cash. And a big welcome back to this next driver. Behind the wheel of the famous 99 modified for Jamie Tomeno. He's the 2022 Series Champion of the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic. He's out of Kentucky. It's Caleb Heddy. Starting 16th, a former winner in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Got that done at Pocono in Pennsylvania. He's out of Florida. He drives the 02 machine, a 2-time winner in Smart competition for Joey Coulter. Starting 15th, a new ride for him on the Smart Modified Tour this year. He's out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and last year, folks, he was the NASCAR Modified Champion at Bowman Gray Stadium. It's Brandon Ward in the 04. Starting 14th on outside of row number 7. He too out of New Jersey. He's finished third 2 times at South Boston Speedway and the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. How about a big round of applause for Danny Bone in the 24? 3 New Jersey drivers in a row. Next one is a former champion at Wall Stadium, New Jersey. That's in Belmar. He finished third at Motor Mile last year. The number 9 car for Andrew Kraus. Starting 12th. He has some experience here at South Boston Speedway, having run a NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour event back then. Now he's in the Gumley Motorsports number 27. He will start 12th. It's Blake Barty. You want to talk about royalty in modified racing? This next driver is just that. A 6-time champion of the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour. He has 35 wins to his credit. And the number 7 NY, it's Doug Kobe. Now let's meet your top 10 starters in the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. And the next driver in that number 88 machine, he will start 10th. He's an 83-time winner at Stafford Motor Speedway, one of the most beautiful facilities in all of the Northeast, if not America. It's Woody Pitcat out of Stafford, Connecticut. Starting 9th, a 40-time NASCAR modified winner at Bowman Gray Stadium. He'll pick that up in just a couple of weeks. You can see that on Flow Racing. He's out of Walnut Cove, North Carolina. Driver the number 4 for the working man, Jason Myers. Starting 8th here today. This guy, folks, is a former Daytona 500 winner, a former Brickyard 400 winner, and a former SRX champion. He's out of South Bend, Indiana. I think they call him the Rocket Man. In the number 2, starting 8th, it's Ryan Newman. Starting 7th, 17 wins in SK Modified competition at Stafford Motor Speedway. He's driver of a good-looking black, orange, and silver number 1 modified. And, folks, it's his birthday today for Steven Kopchik. Starting 6th. This guy is a fan favorite, or at least I could say he's infamous in Southern modified racing. He's driver of the Peanut Patch, Backyard Leisure Pool and Spa Citrus Safe Grill Cleaners for the defending champion of the Smart Modified Tour with 11 career wins. It's Bert the Ace Myers. And how impressive has this next driver been? Until just a few weeks ago, he had never run a tour-type modified. He's known for his road racing prowess on the IMSA circuits and more. He's sponsored by Skip Barber Racing School out of Northport, New York. The 77 will start 5th for Will Lambros. Earlier today, we had a redraw for the starting spots for the top 4 qualifiers. And starting 4th will be today's Pace-O-Matic Pole Award winner. He's just 17 years old out of Mooresville, North Carolina in the 7VA with Pace-O-Matic on the side for S&S Racing. It's Luke Baldwin. To say that this next driver is red hot would be an understatement. He is just 15 years old. He will turn 16 in just a couple of days on March 26th. But how about a big birthday present here today for the driver out of Lexington, North Carolina, the current point leader for the Smart Modified Tour. In the 23, he'll start 3rd for the kid, Carson Lofton. As Luke Baldwin congratulates him and cheers for him as well. And folks, here's your front row for today's Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. On the outside of the front row, he's a former winner in late model stock car competition of the Valley Star Credit Union 300 at Martinsville Speedway. He's out of Statesville, North Carolina. He's in that number 12. It's Jake Crum. And we talk about King of the Modifieds. We all know that Richie Evans is the king of the Modifieds. But in the last couple of decades, this guy could also be noted as one of the kings of modified competition, both north and south. He had 3 wins in Florida Speed Weeks at New Smyrna Speedway, and he's won just about everything that modified racing has for us. He is out of Northampton, Pennsylvania, and the smart Ford machine here at South Boston. It is big money, Matt Hirschman on the pole. And that is your starting lineup for today's race here at South Boston Speedway. Mitchell Storr also along for the ride today here for the 60 of Matt Hirschman. He sent me a note. He says, make sure you thank my sponsors, Mitchell Storr as well as Smart Ford of South Boston. Hershey getting some good opportunities today to go for some big money.
Well, when there's big money on the line, big money, Matt Hirschman is the guy that everybody knows kind of the race has to go through, okay? You know, if you look the first 2 races in Smart this year, he's been snake bitten. This is a guy that has a win percentage down here in Smart when he comes down here of about 60%, Bob. That is absurd. When you look at batting averages in baseball and whatnot, you would be like, wait, how the heck is that true? But this is one of the most talented drivers of our generation. And this isn't just us broadcasters up here saying that and saying that to you race fans here at South Boston Speedway. The drivers that he competes against regard him that highly with that much respect because they know the talent behind the wheel of that number 60.
Matt Hirschman with 9 Smart Modified Tour wins, a win at South Boston 2 years ago. Can he get the big money here today? Independent runners like Jake Crum alongside of him in that French-prepared number 12 machine. And then star-studded lineup here today as we get set to fire these just momentarily.
And the youth in that second row is absurd, the talent level right there. If you look, Carson Lofton, winner of the first 2 Smart Modified Tour races, 15 years old. Alongside him, the Pace-O-Matic pole sitter Luke Baldwin, 17 years old. That's very rare in modified racing. Those are 2 young superstars of our sport.
Folks, it's time to get this one kick started. I want you all on your feet and saying a big thank you right now as we cheer for this event, these drivers, these teams, and everybody that has put this race together here today. Folks, if you're sitting down, get up. Because so many people have worked hard at putting this King of the Modifieds event together. And a big thank you to Pace-O-Matic. So without further ado, it's time for the most famous words in racing. Let's go downstairs to Derek for that.
Thank you very much, Bob, and you're absolutely right. It's time for those famous words in racing, and we want to bring in Mike Pace from Pace-O-Matic, who's the great sponsor of this series. Mike, let's get it started.
Let's do it. Gentlemen, start your engines.
The field comes to life. Almost 30 cars strong, over $1 million worth of racing equipment sitting on the front stretch, and we are getting set and ready to rock and roll. $20,000 is on the line. Who will sit on the Iron Throne after 125 laps?
Hey, DP, one more thing, buddy. As a modified fan, our families used to sit together at Islip Speedway. What do you think of this event here today?
I feel like life has come full circle with all of us sitting in the grandstands as kids, and then here we are today getting ready for one of the biggest, if not the biggest, modified race in the Southeast. It's just amazing how life just comes around with all of this. It really is fun to be here and fun working with you guys.
$20,000 for the winner here today. And I like what Stafford Motor Speedway put when we put out that announcement. They said, welcome to the $20,000 club. Kudos to the Roots and everybody up at Stafford Motor Speedway. The Spring Sizzler in just a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Obviously, the greatest race of spring.
Yes, and that's true. I mean, last year, Ron Silk took home $35,000 by winning Friday night, by winning Saturday night, and lap money. This race here, folks, that you were about to watch, though, arguably is one of the biggest purses in the history of modified racing. $100,000 on the line here today. 20 grand to the winner, $10,000 to second place.
And one of the drivers that we could see in victory lane today, certainly Ryan Newman. He's been awfully good in the first 2 races, a third, a second. I asked him what's next. He goes, you can never tell in racing.
Yeah, and the one thing to think about, fans, when you're looking at Ryan Newman, you think of him as this Cup star, right? This is a long-time modified driver. He has 4 wins on the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour, but here's what scares me and should scare the competition. Newman and his crew, Randy Renfro, have said that they're not there yet. They've only got 2 races under their belt and 2 test sessions, one here and one at North Wilkesboro. 4 times Ryan Newman has really been behind the wheel of that car, and they said they're just starting to figure out what Ryan likes in the car and the balance of that car. So look out. Ryan Newman is going to be a force to reckon with all year long on the Smart Modified Tour.
And if we look at the Pace-O-Matic point standings for the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic, it is Ryan Newman trailing Carson Lofton by 15. Danny Bone starting to settle into this 24 ride for Buddy Ellis. He's going to be strong throughout the year. Unfortunately, Jimmy Blewett not in today's show. He had his family-owned 76 here, a push rod stuck in the engine, and unfortunately they were not able to get that repaired for him to go to battle today.
Yeah, I mean, for Jimmy Blewett, that's a heartbreak. He's been supporting this tour, and I know his heart was behind this event. Bringing Grandpa's Cadillac down here, Grandpa Blewett's famed red, white, and blue number 76 that his father made so famous, and we got to watch as children. But, you know, this smart field right here, you know, stout, okay, throughout this field. I was talking to Richie Evans Jr., okay, and I was like, yeah, you know, maybe it would have been great. I wish we had 40 cars, right? That's a number. That's quantity. When we talk about quality and you look throughout this field, when you're sitting here in the grandstands or you're watching live on Flow Racing, the quality up and down this field is stupendous.
And what we hope to do today, especially with some extra laps than we're normally used to competing with, we'll have 125 circuits today.
Yep.
You know, and the Bell Helmet segment number 1, no caution at the end of lap 30 today will continue, but those drivers that are in the top 3 for that particular segment for Bell's Helmets will still get a little extra cash, some extra points going towards the championship equation. But the fuel window and the fuel stop is going to come anywhere from lap 60 to 75 here today, according to David Hoots.
That's going to be the interesting part of this race. First of all, that stage bonus, the money is nearly doubled today for all those awards. But look at that stage, that break for fuel. What I love about it is they're not going to monkey around with what you're going to see today on the racetrack, where the cars come in and they can make adjustment. That is strictly for refueling purposes. No stagger checks, no jacking up the car, no changing tires, so they will refuel, and it will not mess with the great strategy that you'll see at this smart race, 125 laps. Oh, that's going to be a doozy.
You see Joey Coulter on your screen. We've talked about Joey, his success in NASCAR, but also success here in the Smart Modified Tour.
Yes.
2 wins, but a big goose egg in the win column full-time last year. That's frustrated him a little bit. Some other competitors in the field today, most notably when we talk about some big-time names, the 7NY for Doug Kobe, and right in front of him is actually the 88 car of Woody Pitcat. You talk about the current age of modified racing and who are some of the biggest names, those 2 are certainly it in the Northeast.
Doug Kobe, a 6-time NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour champion, doesn't race down south very often, okay? We don't see him get out of that New England Northeast bubble. Woody Pitcat, like you mentioned before, one of the kings of Stafford Motor Speedway. You know, you think of Teddy Christopher, and then you think of Woody Pitcat. From his pink hair days in the late models to streets, you know, to SK modified prowess, and then a Spring Sizzler champion. That is a bona fide star, and now a veteran. It's weird to hear that, but Woody Pitcat, amazing to have some of these guys down here racing with the Smart Modified Tour for this grand event.
And then some of the young up-and-comers like Luke Baldwin, 17 years old. That Baldwin family, so famous around the modified wars. Granddad, the Tiger, Tom Baldwin, one of the best ever to sit behind the wheel of a car that's powered by 600 horsepower. His dad, Luke's dad, Tommy, a Daytona 500 winning crew chief, and now Luke trying to get it done right there in the top 5 in points.
Luke Baldwin, a superstar, and man, the crowd is getting hyped here. Jeff Bunt and JB Cole is pumping up this crowd because, Bob, I think we're getting ready for our pace lap here in a second. So our big time deal we do here to get the crowd pumped. Oh, look at that.
You can tell JB is a former wrestler, and I use former as the significant word right there.
JB Cole.
But folks, It looks like we're trying to get you up on your feet, every single one of you. And next time, JB, we are going to have a salute to the fans. Who will be the king of the modifieds today? That is the question. It's the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds presented by Dominion Energy. So folks, get up out of your seat. Stand up. The Smart Stars thank you, the best racing fans in America. This is our salute to open wheels, to chrome horns and 600 horsepower. The ground pounders, the Mod Squad. This is the Smart Modified Tour. And thank you to Pace-O-Matic for all they do. Dominion Energy, on board, the Stanley Law Group of Virginia, so many more. Vista Installations as well. They've made this race possible. You might say, Bob, why are you talking about the sponsors so much? Chris Williams could not do this on his own. A lot of support for Chris, for the tour, for South Boston Speedway to put this on.
This event just doesn't fall out of a tree, Bob. This is something very intentional that the Smart Modified Tour has worked on for a few years now, since its rebirth. And really the revitalization of the ground pounders. This division that we love so much has been, rejuvenated. It's alive and well here in the South. And boy, I can't tell you right now, but Bob, when you said that, I got goosebumps because, you and I grew up modified racing, and there's nothing we love more than modified race cars, and this event is one for the ages.
How about this on the front row? 41 years old for Matt Hirschman, 32 years old for Jake Crum. They've been veterans of this modified scene for a long time. But that second row on the inside, 15-year-old Carson Lofton leading the points, going for 3 in a row with the Smart Modified Tour. And then the kid on the outside, just 17 years old, Luke Baldwin. Could he get his big first win today in the biggest race in Southern Modified Racing? Folks, on your feet. It's a beautiful day at South Boston Speedway. And by the grace of God and 600 horsepower, here's the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, powered by Dominion Energy. Matt Hirschman with the lead. Crum drops in behind him. Lofton, Baldwin, Burt Myers, the top 5 side by side behind that. Ryan Newman on the outside of Will Lambros. Good battle there just outside the top 5. Newman tries to cut down the racetrack, can't do it just yet. Lambros backs up. Here comes Woody Pitcat as well on the outside. Woody getting it done like he always does.
Woody Pitcat going out there, hanging it out on the outside. Here comes the number 88, the Dunleavy number 88 from Connecticut.
Oh, and he goes to the inside of Newman. Lambros right there. Steven Kopchik in the number 1 car. And Blake Barney in the black and white 27, a full-time competitor in the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic.
Woody Pitcat showing incredible pace so far. Pushing those tires on those machines side by side right there for the lead. Carson Lofton for second place right now, peeking underneath Jake Crum.
He took a look to go underneath Jake Crum, couldn't get it done, but Carson Lofton, remember, back in the fall here, thought he had his first win, had trouble on a restart, opened the door in the Red Seas for Andy Jankowiak.
If you look right there, Carson Lofton, the way that car is rotating, great drive off the corner. You saw it the last time by on the back bumper of Jake Crum's number 12. The Paul French prepared number 12 car, a former winner in the late model 300 at Martinsville Speedway, making his home in the modified ranks.
Bobby Isaac Memorial at Hickory. Jake has won a lot of big races. Right now he's struggling with that car on entry, just wants to drift up the racetrack. He's able to keep the momentum on the outside to keep that spot for now, but Crum, that car very, very tight. We're going to go back a little bit further in the field right now, maybe even get the double box ready. Here's some battles going on right here. Danny Bone, he's third in points. Bone in that 24, and there's Caleb Hetty in the black, orange, and white number 99 for Jamie Tomato. Good to see the kid, Caleb Hetty back with us.
Now here comes Lofton, peeking again to the inside of Jake Crum's car, putting the pressure, trying to get into second position is the young 15-year-old driver from Lexington, North Carolina. He looks to the inside again in turn number 3.
He'll be 16 in just a couple of days, exuding some patience right now, not putting the bumper to Jake Crum. He's faster than Jake Crum, as is, I believe, Luke Baldwin. Jake Crum won a heartbreaker last week or 2 weeks ago at Caraway, that Pace-O-Matic Pole Award, and trouble underneath the hood for that 12 car.
Jake Crum has shown speed every time he's run with the Smart Modified Tour, and showing that he can get it done in these ground pounders, but he's got a hornet's nest behind him. But now look at this battle, Bob.
Here comes Gary Young Jr. trying to pick up a spot here. That's Austin Koshnash, and here comes Tommy Buzzy. 3 straight races here at South Boston, all top 5 finishes for that 25.
25 is coming alive, but the car in front of him, Gary Young Jr., coming up here and testing that black and orange number 45, had a lot of speed here, okay? Went to a different setup, okay? Went a little bit more back to conventional, and the car woke up, so great to see him running so well early on.
And Tommy Buzzy, though, he needs a good run for this Mike Smith-owned car. Mark III Financial on the side of that. Units moving and storage as well. Austin Koshnash, Tyler Berry, just great to see that kid. And it was nice for him because he comes back to a track that he actually competed at last year.
Here comes Barry looking to the inside right now, that number 51 machine. Great to see somebody with such great legacy in our sport being here. So, of course, his father, racer himself, and then his grandfather, Art Barry, a legend in modified ranks, not just as a car owner for so many of the greats, but also as a master chassis builder with Spafco chassis.
But just think when we first saw that 21 car, George Summers and different people. There is Jimmy Wallace trying to go to the inside of Barry right now in the number 8. Thanks to Wes Gilbert, Barry is in this car.
Yes.
This is a Spafco chassis race car.
Only one in the field, I believe.
Yeah, a little rubbing right there, but you talk about Art Barry, and Art meant so much to me because as a 15-year-old kid writing for different papers, he just took me under his wing and explained the world of modified racing for me. So I'll be, giving forever gratitude to the Barry family for all they did for me in my career.
Almost 3 wide now. Barry in the wall. On the outside of turn number 4, he hit pretty hard there. I wonder if there's any damage, and it is. We've got a Nerf bar rub on the right rear of that number 8 car. That's not good.
Smoke screen right behind that for Daniel Yates. Yates with now a PSR snout and tail end on that number 18 car, but will that tire hold on?
I don't know.
That's the big question.
This is a fast racetrack, and you do not want to blow a right rear here. This is, people watching this at home don't realize how fast these modifieds go here.
Watching our screens on Flow Racing, you see that smoke there, but I want to show you the gap between first and second as well. First and second, look at Jake Crum starting to catch Matt Hirschman just a little bit. That was actually more significant about a lap ago, but right now Barry in the number 8, still with that smoke, just trying to hold on to that thing. He's got the black flag in hand right now as he passes underneath the stripe.
And he's in trouble there in turn number 2 right now, drifting up high, going very slow here on the racetrack. Hopefully these spotters doing a great job getting the cars around him right now. Looks like he's going to probably come to a stop in turn number 3 and turn number 4. Doesn't want to bring out the caution. He's trying hard not to.
And here's the thing, David Hoot said if you stop on the racetrack, you're going to get a 2-lap penalty unless you're towed. Well, he uses good sense as spotter. Great job for getting him down onto pit road.
Here comes lap traffic, Bob, and this is going to get interesting because this is a very tight racetrack. Fast and narrow is South Boston Speedway. Matt Hirschman already putting a few cars lap down, and Jake Crum right on the back bumper of that black and orange number 60.
Yeah, he is there, but Hirschman, look at how he runs. He's a master with how he drives his car with the wheel and the throttle and so forth. He knows how to steer this car around the racetrack. Crum always been a hard charger, no matter whether he's been in full-body cars or the modifieds.
Nobody knows their chassis arguably more than Matt Hirschman. Nobody manages tires better than Matt Hirschman. And we have our first yellow flag.
Bryce Bailey stops coming off of turn number 2. The kid from Waverly, New York, ran in the B-Mods last year. He's a winner at Evans Mill. But he thought he was going to go to college, and all of a sudden he said, you know what, I really want to go tour-type modified racing. So he wound up buying a former Woody Pigcat car, former 6 car, and now with a little help from a lot of different people. In fact, Brett Bodine giving him some tips as well.
Yeah, he actually stored his car before the season opener at Florence in Brett Bodine's personal garage. And then we show up to Florence, and and Lance DeWeese is helping him out. How about that?
I know, that was interesting to see. Open wheel, I guess. Anyway, let's get a report from down trackside with Derek. Derek, you there, buddy? Unfortunately, Derek Mike's not working right now, but we'll get back to him. And there you see the tire that I believe came off of Tyler Berry's car. Definitely done. Derek, I hear your microphone now, buddy.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this is the tire that came off Tyler. You can see everything has just been ripped apart. It was riding on the rim. The crew is over there going at the car with a sledgehammer. They were trying to move that bar out to get Tyler Berry to be able to get back out there. You can see him rolling away right now. So that's what's going on with Tyler Berry. Real quick, just to talk about Jay Crum, the number 12 in the second spot, chatted with his crew really fast. They said the car was tight in the beginning, but they expected the car to be tight in the beginning. They wanted it that way because as the tires start to go away, the fuel starts to burn off, that car will start to level off and get neutral, and actually that push condition will slowly start to go away. And that's what we saw out of Jay Crum in those previous laps.
Derek, good report down there. It is interesting to see these modifieds come into their handling throughout a race. To me, it's kind of like, if you're not a modified guy and watching this on Flow, it's kind of like a Silver Crown car in that regard. You know, I highly regard Silver Crown cars. I think they're wonderful strategy races with managing your fuel load, tires, managing that right rear. Same goes for these modified cars. Not as much so at this racetrack, though, and that's something that I want to talk about. You see the pavement right there. It's not that old. You see the little sealer to the right of the cars. This is a very high grip racetrack that doesn't really buzz the tires off these cars like some of the other tracks that we race on the Smart Modified Tour, and that presents not a challenge in managing your tires, but you're on the chip. You are on the gas all the time at this race here, and it's a challenge because these laps are so fast that you got to remember to breathe and you got to remember not to grip the wheel so insanely. You see our drone there, Carolina Driller drone, going down and getting a good look there. It crept into the shop, but the cars have been stopped on the track for a red flag condition as they fix the water barrels out of turn number 2 that Bailey made slight contact with.
Great run so far by Luke Baldwin, who won the Pace-O-Matic Pole Award today. Luke, you're up front and battling there amongst the top group. What are you thinking of your race car right now?
Yeah, I think we're just kind of buying our time right here, not trying to be too aggressive to start. I think we're going to be really good on the long run the way it kind of handled there for the first few, so I'm excited with what we got. Hopefully we can just keep this thing in one piece and be there at the end. It seems lap traffic's going to be pretty tough on us, but I think we got a good piece, and we're in a good spot.
What do you think about what you see about people around you right now? Is everybody pacing themselves in this 125-lap race, or do you see some hard charging as well?
The pace is definitely pretty high. It always is at a place like this. A lot of grip, not a lot of tire wear. But yeah, I see Hirschman pacing like he always does. The 12's going pretty hard, but I think he's got a good piece. The 23's going pretty hard as well. I've seen him get sideways a couple times, but I'm sure they'll get that figured out. So I think we got a really even paced field here, and fans are in for a good show.
We wish you the best of luck here today, Luke.
Thank you, guys.
Luke Baldwin, driver of the Pace-O-Matic number 7 VA for Bill Stanley and Hermie Sadler. And it's nice to see, obviously, Bill Stanley's been a big racing fan for a long time, but Hermie Sadler as well. He was never known as a modified guy. He was a full fender guy.
Yes, but he loves these modifieds. And, you know, I also want to say thank you to Kevin Hughes and Racing Electronics for what they do here for the Smart Modified Tour. Bob, I talked to some fans after the race at Florence that heard you interviewing the drivers under caution and thought it was absolutely the coolest thing going. So kudos to Racing Electronics for helping us out. But yeah, you know, Senator Stanley in particular, I am so proud of what he is doing within modified racing, because he is working right now not just for his teams and for his drivers, but he is doing things in the sport for the state of Virginia that hopefully will help protect some of these great short tracks that we love so much so they don't become lost speedways.
Woody Pickett solidly in the top 10 right now. Woody, it looks like you have a good race car. What are you thinking right now?
Oh, I'm just kind of out here riding around here and just trying to put some laps down and, you know, trying to get into a groove here. But Yeah, our car's pretty decent. Just talking back and forth with our crew chief on what we're thinking about doing, later on when we put a tire on. And besides that, just keep all 4 wheels on them and be there at the end.
Do you like this racetrack, Woody?
Yeah, absolutely. I love this place. It's pretty fast. Hopefully, as the race rolls on here, we can maybe make it a little bit more of a 2-groove track. Hopefully, the outside will open up here and we can put on a good show for the fans.
Thanks, Woody. Best of luck here today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Woody Pitcat, driver of the number 88, and that communication brought to you by Racing Electronics. Thank you so much. If you are a racing fan, a team, no matter what, Racing Electronics can take care of you. They have scanners and so forth, so you can listen to your favorite drivers, or if you're a team and you want some really good racing communications, check out Racing Electronics online. So, here's what we got. There's Woody Pitcat. There's Hartwig in the 73. On pit road right now, Bryce Bailey, who brought out this caution, and they've had difficulty throughout the day. They had some engine problems early in the day, didn't know what the vibration was.
Yeah.
Bryce had a good run at Florence to open the season.
He sure did. He really, 2 drivers stuck out for me, and it's Bryce Bailey there and Will Lambrose is surprising me in their first foray in a tour-type modified, how well that they did. One thing, Bob, I'm not good at math. Okay, you did pretty good at math growing up. Dude, if you sucked, then I was terrible. So right now, I believe we're, 28, 29 laps into this race, something like that, which means at the lap 30, which I believe will be coming up at the restart, the stage points, okay? We're not stopping. This isn't Cup where we're stopping at a stage here, but we do award for the Bell Helmet stage big money this time for the King of the Modifieds. Not your normal, I think it's like 300, 200, 100. More money for these drivers, more incentive to put on a show for you race fans, more in terms of bonus points as well. So these stages are actually really designed to help the racing product at the beginning of these races.
Yeah, we do this at every race, but it's worth a little bit more in this one with the King of the Modified. So thank you to Bell Helmets for what they do. Again, the top 3 finishers at the end of Bell Helmet stage number 1, even though there's not going to be a caution today, we'll keep on running. They will all receive an extra cash bonus as well as bonus points that go towards the championship equation. Beautiful day today, and what a packed house that we have
Look
here.
at the people tailgating on the turn 3 and 4, Bob, on the screen. Trucks right there, people sitting on their tailgates. This place is jumping.
You got to love the trackside parking here at this fine facility, and Brandon Brown has kind of inherited things here. He is the new top dog at South Boston Speedway, and he's doing a great job. I was joking around with him. He goes, don't joke around with me just yet.
He's nervous.
He was nervous, but that makes a good general manager as well. We do have some cars on pit road right now, and one of them, Jonathan Cash, that Pace-O-Matic number 16 for S&S Racing. We expected him to have a big day here today because if you remember, the Flying VA Classic last year led a couple of laps and finished 4th. Jonathan Cash, after the first 2 races, was hoping to rebound here today.
Yeah, he's had a tough go to the start of the season, but this is his home track. He loves this place. He's really well known for his go-kart prowess, but South Boston Speedway is a place that he loves so much. And you know what? I found out today, Bob, I hate to be silly, that I love him even more because I saw him eating a bologna burger pre-race.
Oh, gotta love bologna burgers, right, Derek?
Yeah, I definitely love a bologna burger. No time to eat one, though, as Jonathan Cash comes in for the pit. They came in, made a quick stagger adjustment, a quick air pressure adjustment, and they also did a couple of rounds of wedge in the right rear, in the wedge bolt, and in the left rear, they moved the track bar just a little bit.
Yeah, you see a lot of other drivers, Andrew Krause in that number 9 car, among them Jaden Harmon, Austin Koshnash, and also Jason Tutterow on pit road, and they'll head back out. By the way, there's our buddy Justin Mincy. He says, go. Head back out on the racetrack.
Stat
King for the Smart Modifieds, as well as all the competition at Bowman Gray Stadium. Anthony Bello, also one of those cars on pit road during this caution period.
Yeah, Anthony Bello, you see him right past there, right passing Justin Mincy. Talented young driver from the Northeast, and it's great to see him running all those races for the Hillbilly Racing entry, the number 79 Fame Machine here this weekend.
Good run today by several people already, even though we're still early in this one. Still just under 100 laps to go in the King of the Modifieds event. And one of the cars of obviously Burt Myers, there's a couple different number ones in this one. This one, peanut patch adorned to the side of it, Citrus Safe grill cleaners. And by the way, I use that product all the time.
I do all the time.
It is fantastic. Just spray that stuff, and in just moments, you can just rub it a little bit. And speaking of Citrus Safe, here comes the Citrus Safe Choose Cone. And this is where, as you get to the cone, you can get to choose inside or outside. Thank you to Citrus Safe as well as Carolina Drilling for providing the drone coverage here today. And think about that.
That's a cool
Phillip
shot.
just flying this about, 15 feet above these modifieds.
I'd love to be, if I was small enough to shrink me and put me on a drone, I think I would like to be on that drone right now. That's got to be the best view in the house.
There ain't no shrinking you.
No, that's for sure. We all know that. Too many bologna burgers, buddy.
And only I can say that because I'm his brother.
Hey, no, I can say it too. I'm self-deprecating,
Well, I meant
humor,
other people.
Yeah. But I love the Choose Cone because it adds an extra element into the race. And, we double the cars up here, and we'll get the Choose Cone. There is Honey, as I call him, Christopher Honeycutt. I like to call him Honey.
Hard-working man right there.
Sure is, man. And there's a lot of passionate people that work for this tour. And I have a unique perspective working for Flo, seeing that.
There's the other number one in the field.
Oh, yeah.
Steven Kopchik. And not only is he a good modified racer from the Northeast, but I mentioned it's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. And to the driver that my kid, Hudson Gray, used to call Steven Chopstick. When he raced SKs at Stafford Motor Speedway. So, Steven Chopstick, happy birthday.
Okay, coming back to the green. They will fire in turn number 4 in the Pace-O-Matic restart zone. So, couple laps until we get to the conclusion of Bell Helmet's stage 1. Again, no caution. Here we go. Hershey, Crum, back to the green.
Fans on their feet for that restart, side by side, 600 horsepower, wheel to wheel. Hirschman to the lead. Crum files in right behind him. Lofton in third, side by side for fourth. It's Burt Myers and Luke Baldwin.
Good battle right there. Burt Myers trying to pick up a position early in this one. Peanut Patch, brand new sponsor on the side of that car. He's not able to get the job done, at least not yet. Luke Baldwin charging hard. Baldwin back to fourth, now trying to vie for third with his buddy Carson Lofton.
A nice, strong crossover move. Lap 30 stage, your stage winner. Matt Hirschman, second place. Jake Crum and Carson Lofton receiving the cash bonus and the points bonus.
QMF metal fabrication, LeBlue bottled water, L&R transmissions on the side of that 23 machine. Now we go further back. Gary Young Jr. in that 45, Blake Barney, and Jonathan Cash a little bit sideways coming off turn number 2. And by the way, we got to mention Austin Koshnash as well, former winner in the ROC Modified Series in that black 66.
Oh, Cash Money right there is trying to make his way up front. But on the outside, Andrew Krause in that white number 9 machine, putting on a charge on the outside. One of the few cars we've seen today, Bob, using the outside groove, which is treacherous here to get around some cars.
I got to say, I'm very happy to see Andrew Krause here.
Yes.
I missed the black and orange number 24 car, but this is a cool looking ride for him, and he's got a lot of talent. He's done very well. Think about when he came to Motor Mile last year and finished on the podium. Great run for Andrew Krause. Now coming down here, he was fast in practice, didn't qualify as well as he'd hoped, but that former Wall Stadium track champion is starting to climb his way back through the field after a pit stop.
Hey, he's a bull ring bruiser, but that Martino car is a beautifully prepared car. And now here comes Luke Baldwin to the inside of Carson Lofton. Battle is on for third place coming out of turn 4.
The teenagers going at it for that third spot. Baldwin on the inside, Lofton on the outside. The savvy veteran, the defending series champion Burt Myers just behind that. The preferred groove around this racetrack, certainly on the inside. Lofton trying to keep pace, but how long will he do it for?
Side by side, these two young stars of the Smart Modified Tour putting on a show. Lofton now will try to file in behind him, but Burt sticks his nose in there, fills in that valuable real estate coming off of turn number 4. Burt Myers gets the spot.
And you saw Burt Myers wiggle a little bit. Stand on the gas, wiggled a little bit. That car got loose, got light. Well, you know what? These teams only have one tire at their disposal to take it any time during the race. That little hiccup right there could cost, honestly, Burt Myers at some point in this race, because you don't want to spin those tires and burn them up.
Yeah, that's a really sensitive deal here. Oh, and we have a spin Doug Kobe goes around in turn number 2, put out the caution flag for the second time. The barrels get a little tested there. Very slight impact. I was watching him as that car went around.
He backed up right into Matt Hirschman.
Matt Hirschman, the leader, gets run into by the number 7 NY of Doug Kobe.
So now you got to ask, did Kobe's rear bumper hit the left front and maybe alter the suspension on Matt Hirschman's car?
The plot thickens here at South Boston Speedway as we show the front end of the number 60 car as it comes around. Did he knock the toe out, or was it a square enough hit, Bob? Hard to tell from this vantage point of any damage on the 60 machine, the PD Motorsports car. They keep that car in South Carolina, and the Pennsylvania driver comes down here to run for it. Look at that shot right there, Bob. I don't know.
It doesn't
okay.
look like anything is awry on the left front of that car. We'll get the replay queued up and show you exactly what happened. And I believe, honestly, that was just, miscommunication somewhere between spotters, drivers, that sort of thing.
Because he's not going to lose a lap.
No, and that's something that, Doug Kobe thought, hey, let me back up. Spotters communicate. That's the big thing. They're really the eyes for the drivers out there. So I'm not calling anybody out, but that's where the communication comes in.
And on the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour, he would go in danger of losing a lap. Here on the Smart Modified Tour, he would not. So that might have been some, we're just speculating right there. But Doug Kobe, a very accomplished race car driver, but a close call for your leader, Matt Hirschman.
We saw it live, couldn't tell if he hit the left front tire or hit the left side Nerf bar. So we'll take a look maybe at what happened here on our Flow Racing replay. There's Matt Hirschman's car. Hirschman now. There he sees.
Oh, he
and
did
it was
make contact.
It was the left front. The only other thing that you could say is it could have been the bumper that took the initial impact and then the tire. I'm not sure.
Man, we just re-racked it, and you see the left front wheel actually turn and jiggle on the left front of that 60 machine right there. That's
absolutely.
Significant impact. Of course, he might come down pit road later and be able to take a look at that car, but from that angle, that was a very hard hit, Bob, to the left front of that modified.
Yeah, and here's another thing. How did the rear bumper hit? Did it hit it straight on, flat, or did he catch like the angle? Because that would definitely have some different ramifications there in terms of damage.
And we also have to look at another thing. These cars it's a 5-tire race. Everybody pretty much, Carson Lofton right now, hold on a second. Carson Lofton is making the decision to come down pit road here. Here comes Lofton to the service of his L&R Transmissions team. They're going to jack up the rear of that number 23, looking at changing the right rear and taking their change tire early.
Let's go down to Derek.
Well, after talking with Justin Link, who's the crew chief for the number 23 of Carson Lofton, they said that they are going to short pit. The car is very free right now, so in order to combat that driving condition, they went down 2 turns with the track bar on both the left and the right-hand side. They're taking on that new right rear, and they're hoping that that tightens up the 23 just a little bit.
This is an interesting move for Carson Lofton. A lot of people did not plan on coming in this early. Just about to the lap 40 mark of this 125-lap race, he takes on his fresh right rear. That's the only tire now that he can take the entire race. Brandon Ward in that 04, that Kevin Says Yes.com machine, Q104.1 on the side of it as well. He too takes a right rear tire, so they are playing some strategy games.
Yes, very interesting because, folks, later on, if these cars come down during the caution, these are like competition cautions, okay? You don't go down a lap. You don't lose spots to the cars that you come in with. But, like Carson Lofton now has to join the tail end of the lead lap cars, okay? But when all those other cars pit later on, he will regain those spots. So this is a track position play by the 23 team and crew chief Justin Link.
There's Doug Kobe and that team making some adjustments to that race car right now. They are not changing tires right now.
Dominion Energy on the side of the 7NY this week.
Derek, what can you tell us about Kobe?
Well, Doug Kobe just came into pit. Tommy Baldwin went over the wall. So did Scott Anderson, and they're trying the same thing. The car's loose, so they were going down with the track bar in the rear of the car, and then Tommy Baldwin was also making an adjustment to the right front shock. So adjustments all around as the track conditions are starting to change and the cars are starting to free up.
It's funny, Bob, because a lot of the guys were complaining during practice and qualifying of tight conditions, kind of chattering, especially at the sticker tires, chattering that right front tire. Now we're seeing as the track has heated up throughout the day here, and as we're getting closer to sundown, this track is changing, and so are the handling characteristics of these cars.
Yeah, the track's getting a little greasy, as they would say down
with a Z,
south.
I love
it. Greasy. 2 to go until we go green once again, says Jeff Bunton on top of the flag stand.
Look at that crowd, buddy. Unbelievable crowd here. You know, you worked in dirt racing for so long, Bob, and it seems like the dirt racing community just comes out in droves to some of these big Lucas Oil dirt late model races, high limit races, whatever. This today is amazing to see the crowd that we have assembled here.
Yeah, and on a Sunday. This race was originally scheduled a Saturday. I love Sunday races, by the way. It reminds me of my childhood, but at the same time, you would think, oh, maybe we won't get as good of a crowd as we would have on a Saturday. But unfortunately, Mother Nature had other, reasons for having this race on Sunday, and it looks good. It was nice to see. But dirt racing has built such a charisma around it.
Yes.
And that's what Chris Williams and the entire staff of the Smart Modified Tour are trying to do with this series.
Yes, there's a lot of intention behind that, Bob, as far as the hype, as far as the Smarty Trophy, and some of the unique things that they do. Bob, the restart's coming here. 39 laps on the board right here with Matt Hirschman in first and Jake Crum in second, Luke Baldwin third, Burt Myers fourth, Ryan Newman fifth. But the question I want to ask you is, this is going to be an interesting restart because I think we're going to have to watch that number 60 car with what happened there, what caused this caution. Will there be a little bit of a different handle on Matt Hirschman's machine?
Yeah, and I'm actually trying to dial in his frequency on our radio to hear what they are talking about, but that is a big question right now for Matt Hirschman. And by the way, the reason why we're still under caution, when Doug Kobe hit those tires on the abutment of the wall, the pit wall, it released some fluid because it was really rainy here in South Boston yesterday. That fluid went all the way across pit road, so the safety team working to get that dry just in case anybody does come down pit road. So that's why we're still under caution. But taking a look at the cars as they run on the racetrack after the Citrus Safe Choose Cone, you got Matt Hirschman in the first spot, Jake Crum second, Luke Baldwin, Burt Myers third and fourth, Ryan Newman now up to fifth with Woody Pitcat in sixth. Will Lambros, the kid from Northport, Long Island, New York, having another good run in that seventh spot. Eighth is Joey Coulter in the 02 machine. Ninth, Stephen Kopchik in the number 1 car. And 10th, the 99 of Caleb Heddy. JB says one more time and we're going green.
Jeff Bunton on top of the flag stand. Former professional wrestler, good friend of mine and a friend to modified racing. Look at the cars assembled underneath him as they cross the start-finish line here. We will be coming back to green, taking lap number 40. And this race is far from over. Matt Hirschman right now with the commanding lead from the pole position of this race. But Jake Crum has been pretty fast, and look out for that number 79Y. He's had a lot of speed so far this race.
I didn't ask you, but I will now, 39 laps into this one. Do you have a pick for a winner?
I picked on Flo today, money Matt Hirschman. Rob Blount.
Oh, you went out on a limb.
Kobe. I went out on a limb. When the money's on the line and it's the king of the modifieds, he's been one of the best drivers in this division.
I'll tell you my pick later.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Hirschman and Crum once again. Watch Hirschman. He gets the jump there. That's exactly what happened last time. Can Crum stay with him? Right now, Hirschman, I'm sure, trying to feel out that race car. Crum on the outside, battle for the lead here. Crum keeping the momentum on the outside. They call him the snake. Jake Crum going after the lead here at South Boston.
He is trying with all his gusto on the outside, the hard way around the track. Now files in behind Hirschman's number 60. Single file go the top 10 cars coming off of turn number 4.
Don't look now, but here comes Woody Pitcat from 6th to 4th on that restart.
Woody Pitcat is on the charge. The black and blue number 88, the Dunleavy trucking machine. The Connecticut driver coming down here to try to make a splash, get the big money here in the South.
Some anxious moments for a lot of people around there. Jason Myers in the QRC HVAC and refrigeration number 4. Austin Koshnash in the 66 car. We got side-by-side battles within the top 10 as well. We're going to try to get you all of those shots here.
Woody Pitcat now getting passed by Burt Myers in turn 3 and turn 4. Give Burt Myers position number 4, Bob.
So Burt Myers in that Citrus Safe number 1. Strong. Woody Pitcat in the 88 had a good jump on that restart, but he loses one spot with Ryan Newman and Joey Coulter right behind him. Single file right now. We want to look around that 9th spot right now. Steven Kopchik in the number 1, battling with the 21 of Jimmy Wallace. Jimmy having a pretty good run here today in the top 10, and that is very noteworthy because Jimmy, one of those independent runners running for Jason Tutterow.
Yeah, you know, you got to be a big Jimmy Wallace fan if you love modified racing. He's a veteran that has raced so much in late models and modifieds. He supports modified racing as well. Carolina Drilling, at Bowman Gray, other race car drivers, but right now he's putting the pressure to the back bumper of Steven Kopchik.
And some people might be saying, Jimmy Wallace, where'd this come from? Listen, a couple years ago, he finished in 7th here at South Boston. So Jimmy Wallace is a good racer. This team still trying to figure things out with the handling on that car, but Wallace to the inside almost on Steven Kopchik.
You see he's got great drive off the corner there. You saw it in turn number 2. He refiles behind the back of that machine, going to try to go in high and now cut that car down low to get the run off the corner and try to get daylight under the 1.
Want to say thank you to everybody from Carolina Drilling as well for all that they do for the Smart Modified Tour. Whoa! Almost a little contact down there. Jimmy Wallace, good bit of driving right there, and Tommy Buzzy as well. Now we go back up front. 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th. Little wiggles out of Luke Baldwin and Burt Myers.
Burt Myers is all over the last 2 laps, the back bumper of that Pace-O-Matic 7VA. Here comes the famed orange bumper in 4th position right now. A little loose, trying to get that bottom and get some grip, and you were right, Bob, that right rear seems like it's not too happy.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Burt Myers. Jake Crum has not given up on Matt Hirschman. Back a little bit further in the field, we see people trying to, make their way up after a pit stop. One of them, the 04 car of Brandon Ward, who's charging through the field right now. Brandon Ward outside the top 10, running with the 45 of Gary Young. We mentioned that just because we want to keep you updated as well. But Steven Kopchik, the 21 of Jimmy Wallace, Tommy Buzzy, they're coming off of turn number 2 and heading into turn number 3 right now. The 121 and 25 with the 24 and 99 behind that. One of the best battles on the racetrack.
There you go. Buzzy has been getting that car sideways coming off the turn, starting to put the pressure on the number 21. Right behind them, here comes Caleb Hetty to the bottom of Danny Bone, the former series champ, making his return and driving the jet. Jamie Tomato's number 99, give him the spot.
And Hetty wants to do more racing with the Smart Modified Tour, just doesn't know when it's going to come. Last year, his ride vanished, obviously, with Tommy Baldwin Racing down here in the South. But Hetty, he's won 3 straight years in Smart competition. He would like to get that string going again this year in limited appearances.
And Caleb Hetty, was great to see him today, and he even said to me, man,
without a mullet,
it's just great to be back, okay? Because, you develop relationships with these guys, and they're just good people, and he was just starting to show his personality on this tour. A very fine young man, a great race car driver. Champions are great race car drivers, and it was great to see him back in this pit area. But right now, the action is heating up. Jimmy Wallace poking his nose underneath Steven Kopchik. Tommy Buzzy right behind him, looking to see which way he's going to go.
Battle is for 9th right here on our Flow Racing broadcast. Wallace keeps on going to the bottom. Buzzy says, you know what, you're going to go way down there. I'm going to try maybe the top side. Buzzy having a buzzy run at South Boston. He's virtually non-existent in the first half of the race, and usually at South Boston makes his presence felt in the waning moments of the race.
I've got to ask you, though, Bob, that beautiful blue and white machine, okay? We're so accustomed to see the Mike Andretti-owned cars have chrome wheels on the number 25 machine. Is it weird for you? Like, they got the black wheels. I told Andretti the chrome gives you at least a 10th or 2.
No, I like the black better.
Oh,
I think it's cool.
I'm Team Chrome, baby.
I know you are. You're just, we look at, we have basically to just set the tone here, why my brother just said that. You're watching some battles right here. But we'll go back to the top 2 or 3 here. And in our vantage point, we have a monitor with 4 different cameras on it, so we can get the best perspective of what's going on the racetrack. And just a moment ago, right behind this at 7VA, was all sorts of out of shape coming off of turn number 4. I think he was actually looking at the infield to see what his team was telling him.
Yeah, that front bumper, that thing was so sideways. He did a whale of a job saving that car, did Luke Baldwin. But right now, the action is heating up at the front, and that's the action for the lead. Matt Hirschman has a rear view mirror full of Jake the Snake Crum.
Yeah, Crum has not been able to close in any more than that, but wow, what a big surprise here. Remember, we told you the 23 of Carson Lofton came on pit road. Guess who's right in front of Matt Hirschman? Lofton's team put on that right rear. He's probably trying to save it, but he is probably nervous now about going a lap down because he sees Matt Hirschman in his rearview mirror.
I could see, knowing Justin Link, he's worked with guys like the Riggs Racing bunch, some of those guys on that team, of doing the Riggs Racing thing right now. If you know Southern Modified Racing, that is just trying not to go a lap down. They took the tire early. Keep your gap, okay? Manage the gap to make sure you don't go a lap down, and manage that tire so you have as much goodie left as you can at the end of the race. But right now, it's got to be a little tense in the seat for that 15-year-old.
Yeah, and Lofton has really stepped it up. He said, you know what? I got to get by Bello. He did that. I see Hirschman back there. There's Harmon in the number 51 as well. He's going to get by him. He said, you know what? Justin Link and everybody said, let's go. Come on.
Let's go.
Let's not go a lap down.
Well, you know, that is a talented driver behind the wheel of the number 23 car. 15 years old, about to be 16 years old. Showed so much poise behind the wheel last year in situations where you thought a 15-year-old
here comes
would come
Crum.
unrivaled.
Crum on the inside of Matt Hirschman. Widen out these cameras, battle for the lead just a little bit. Jake Crum takes advantage of lap traffic and goes into the lead in the King of the Modifieds. Here comes Baldwin as well. Baldwin and Crum, they go by Hirschman. It's Crum, Baldwin, and Hirschman now the top 3.
Just like sprint cars, Bob, you're seeing lap traffic play a role here, and a significant role, as Hirschman gets booted back to P3. Jake Crum took advantage. Hirschman now going to try to squeeze between the lap traffic right there on the outside and the inside.
Whoa, Nelly right now. Anxious moments for the top 4 in the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds.
What a show. The fans are on their feet. Yellow flag is out. The fans are on their feet because that was one heck of a battle for the top 3.
Taking a look around the racetrack, we will let you know why this caution has been displayed at lap 73. Approaching the 50 lap to go mark in this race, and what it is the actual competition caution for the fuel window. We told you earlier on in the broadcast it was going to be at some point between lap 60 and 75 according to David Hoots. That's this time, lap 73. It's time to throw a caution. Everybody was pretty much single file, a good safe time to throw a caution.
Bob, let's set this fuel stop up for these race fans that are here today at South Boston Speedway. You might sit and go, what are you talking about? A fuel stop, okay? This race, we typically run 99 laps, so we don't want any of these drivers to run into a situation where they're running out of gas. But here's what we are doing today. We don't want strategy to be erased by guys taking their tire now, okay, in a competition pit stop. So the cars will come down pit road and stop to the right side of their boxes. Only 2 crew members will be allowed out to the car, Bob. No stagger boards, no adjusting air pressure, no crew member allowed on the right side of these machines. Refuel only.
Now, I will say at the drivers' meeting, it was interesting because there was a lot of discussion about this. After the fuel stop, guess what? Everybody goes back to their normal spot, and if you choose to come in at that point, you can. Okay, so that is a little different, but
you
you're
lose your
position
position on track.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. So we'll see what people do here. You know, I was trying to think of it like, what would I do?
I know, it's interesting.
Knowing that everybody else needs to come down pit road, it might be smart after the fuel stop to then come back in when the pit road is open for regular stops, take your tire, and then you're out ahead of everybody. And think about this. I want to show that 23 of Carson Lofton again, because smart, and I'm not talking about the series, by Carson Lofton and this team. They stayed out on the lead lap. They've taken their right rear. When everybody does come down pit road, guess who's going to be the leader, at least in the top couple of cars?
Yeah, it's going to be Carson Lofton. That was a very, it was a track position play, okay? Because if your car is not handling, what do you have to lose at that point? That is a good crew chief in Justin Link, who's been working on these modifieds for years. Turn number 3 right now, we're seeing the cars, turn number 2, excuse me, entering pit road on the backstretch. So here it is, folks. The fuel stop is coming.
I want to expand on this a little bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Because we were getting so caught up in the moment, Carson Lofton might go a lap down. Think about that. That was strategy.
Yes.
He said, all right, just stay out in front. We're going to get a caution in this fuel window, something that we honestly forgot about in the heat of the moment. So that was something that was really important within the grand scheme of things. And now teams coming down pit road, they'll take that fuel to make sure. And they were told, listen, take as much fuel, as little fuel as you want.
It's on
but
you.
If you run out of fuel, it's your fault. We gave you this opportunity. So a lot going on here as they come down pit road. Right now, Jake Crum is your leader, Luke Baldwin in second, Matt Hirschman in third, Burt Myers fourth, and Woody Pitcat in that fifth spot. Derek Pernasiglio is on pit road and is ready to take us through this pit stop sequence as all the teams start to get to their pit box. Everybody needs to be parked, and then the fueling will begin. Derek, what do you see down there?
What's interesting right now, Bob, because the cars are actually, they were going to be stopped outside of their box. So now these crew members are going to take a little jaunt, get a little exercise, and bring the fuel down pit road because the cars are stopped in order on pit road right now. You'll have 2 people to fuel the car, 1 person there with a fire extinguisher for safety purposes. Never see fuel stops in Smart Modified Tour racing. Again, this is something truly unique to a truly special and unique event with the King of the Modifieds. It is a points race for the Smart Modified Tour, but 125 laps and 20 grand on the line. This event stands alone in that capacity.
So we promise you, there's not going to be anything crazy happening. Nobody's going to lose or gain position.
No.
So while they fuel these cars, we'll take a quick break on Flow Racing and come right back to South Boston Speedway. Back live here at South Boston Speedway for the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy. A fuel stop now ongoing for all the smart teams. Nobody will lose position. Nobody will gain position during this. It's merely a time to make sure your car has enough fuel for the rest of the distance today here in Southern Virginia. Next week, we'll be back in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina at Tri-County Speedway in Hudson, North Carolina. It'll be the Cardinal 99. Carson Lofton has had such a great year. He's already won 2 Smarty trophies, looking for a third. Could do it here today, but who knows? He just wants to keep on collecting those Smarty trophies. Watch this.
Guys, what are y'all doing? We're gonna be late for the race.
Where have you been?
Does it matter?
He's right.
Come on, I'm driving.
Nah. No. I've never trusted him anyway. He's not driving.
Well, come on, get in.
What is this?
Get in the back.
Really? What is this?
The very back.
Does he even have a license? Nope.
Man, that kid doesn't even have a driver's license yet.
I'm Matthew Slater, 16-year pro football veteran and special teams captain. I know about drive, hard work, dedication, going the extra mile. I know about the drive to improve every day, every rep, every mile, so that when your number's called, you're ready to answer. I know about drive, and so does Ira.
Start your game-winning drive at Ira Buick GMC.
New England drives Ira.
I would not let him, and I'm glad they wore the helmet, honestly, to make sure that they were safe inside that vehicle. And, what was that, a minivan? That was like, the old days, a Dodge Caravan or something like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Carson, he can wheel a modified. I guess we just learned that he can wheel a minivan, too, but glad that he buckled in those Smarty trophies. It's good to collect those things. They're a beautiful trophy. Carson, keep buckling them in, okay, if you're going to drive with them.
Matt Hirschman wants another Smarty trophy here today. Let's find out what's going on with Matt and that 60 team, Derek.
Well, actually, I'm on the other side of the racetrack right now. When I get an opportunity, we're going to run over there and then find out what's going on, see if that light contact earlier in the race with Doug Kobe has affected the handling of that black number 60 machine. But right now, we're watching all of the crew guys bringing the fuel jugs back, and we're getting ready to see what Luke Baldwin is going to do. He's currently running second right now.
Yes, indeed, he is, Derek, and we'll see what everybody does here in regards to the opportunity. Obviously, right now, they are all on pit road. They've gotten their fuel. We're going to fire engines right now, get them restarted, and then people can still, once pit road is officially open during this caution period, come down pit road. Will there be any takers? That's the big question, because remember, we're just over 50 laps to go in this one. And by the way, 50-50 ticket here today. Yes, I'm going to get my PA voice on. 50-50 ticket, take them out right now. I don't know how much you're going to win, but we do have the 50-50 ticket winning number, 320210. Once again, winning ticket for the 50-50 raffle, 320210. 320210.
Hey, Bob.
Yes. I'm trying to listen to people.
Luke Baldwin's going to come in here. We learned that from Derek Perniciglio.
I was trying not to give it away.
I'm wondering if the 60 is going to come in. Okay, I think Luke is coming in. I wonder if the 60 is going to come in. Okay, because that was significant enough in my view from up here contact where I might want to come in right now. Matt's going to know how that car handles. Matt's going to know feeling it in the wheel if that left front is damaged, but. It's going to be interesting to see who comes in right now, pretty much the midway point of this race. Do you want to come in right now, or do you want to wait and you'd have to charge, Bob, if you wait. That's the problem. So that's what I love about the fuel stop, not including tires. This puts strategy into the race for these race fans and for everybody here.
Well, this morning I put my old car owner's hat on and I said, what should I do? And honestly, I thought about it. And I said, you know what? Why not come in right now and take the tires, and if anybody stays out, you're ahead of the competition. That's the big thing, with the exception of guys like Carson Lofton and Brandon Ward, who took the tire early and will have older rubber late in the show.
Yeah, that is going to be a great strategy play to see what happens. But, Bob, I got to say, King of the Modifieds here at South Boston Speedway, an event like no other, $20,000 to win, $10,000 for second, transcends borders in all of modified racing. I've got to ask you, because you are the voice of the Smart Modified Tour, how hype have you been for this event, and is it living up to your expectations? Because the atmosphere here is absurd.
It's the granddaddy of all Southern modified racing, and it shows the effort from Chris Williams and this entire staff for the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic. But having it here at South Boston Speedway makes it that much more special because the history of this place, it oozes, not just in what they're used to now, which is the late model stock car community, but back in the day, it was all about modifieds. That's what began South Boston Speedway with the likes of Ray Hendrick and more, and now it's back with the King of the Modifieds.
King of the Modifieds, a marquee event, first year. This truly, I think, will become a crown jewel in Southern and all of modified racing, and it's exciting to be just a part of this event right here. Even if you're sitting in the grandstands right now, you are a part of history here at South Boston Speedway today. Hopefully an event that goes on for years to come, paying tribute to some of the greats of our past, okay, and in the term King of the Modifieds, but also showcasing the superstars that race these modifieds today.
And I think we need to think about the culture and what this race means to Southern modified racing and all of modified racing across America.
Yes.
When we rolled in today, I had my son Luke with me. I have two students from App State, Dylan Henson, as well as Ryan Hendrick. And they too went, wow, this place is cool. Oh, look at all the cars. Look at all the people. Are we going to have a crowd? Wow, we have a huge crowd.
They were tailgating at 9 a.m. this morning.
This reminds me of the beginning of so many events in the Northeast. And you're not going to have a crown jewel or premier event unless you have a beginning. And today is the beginning of something special in the South with the King of the Modifieds at South Boston for the Smart Modified Tour.
You know, when we learned that we'd have the Richie Evans car, right before I left my office, I picked up some programs. Bob, this was a program from our childhood that I'm holding. You can't see it on camera here, but I'm holding a Cam 2 Race of Champions program from 1980, Richie Evans on the cover. And our childhood was spent at these modified racetracks. And what was great about that was that race back at Pocono Raceway back in the day featured not only the greats of the Northeast, but all the Southern guys came up there for that one. And like I said, it transcended, it crossed borders. So you had North and you had South, and that's what was so great about that. And today, the start of that race, seeing those cars bend around turn number 3 and turn number 4 with a cascade of colors in the grandstands kind of reminded me of the magic that we experienced as children at Pocono Raceway with all these grumbling beasts of modifieds coming off the turn, trail braking in front of a great crowd like this.
You think you look back and you think about races like the Race of Champions, as you mentioned,
Spring
the Spring Sizzler, the World Series at Thompson, the old 300 at Thompson, so many, and then others like, Open Wheel Wednesday at Seekonk.
ISO 300.
Absolutely. So many others were birthed out of just normal events that became big events. And that's what's going to happen with the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds presented by Dominion Energy.
Yeah, the South has not had a big money race in quite a long time. But right now, pit road is open. The green flag at the beginning of the pit road there Oh, it's business time, and it's picking up. All the cars are coming down pit road here. Wow.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't stupid. Now's the time to actually come down, because just about the entire field, with the exception of Brandon Ward, who took a tire the same time Carson Lofton did.
Carson's coming down pit road too, so he loses that track position play. But right now, Brandon Ward, who took a tire early, and Kraus are the two cars that are remaining on the track. Everybody else is in wholesale down pit road.
This is interesting. There's Luke Baldwin in the Pace-O-Matic number 7 VA. Let's head down to Derek.
The 7 VA is on pit road right now. You can see the crew going to work on the left front. Glenn Dixon, after talking with him, said he needed to get the air pressure right for when they do the tire swap. If they get the correct air pressure, that way it doesn't make the car too tight and produce too much drive off the corner. But right now, the crew is going to work. They're jacking up the left side of the car. They're also making a track bar adjustment. Neil Cantor, the crew chief for this team, just made a track bar adjustment. They're swapping the tires right now, but one of the most important things besides getting that right rear tire on was getting the air pressures correct, so they had the correct sizes so it doesn't create too much drive in the car and make the car push.
All these cars coming down pit road, remember, they will come off of pit road in the position that they entered. This is not a speed event to get your car serviced. They allow you about 2 laps to regain, to bring your car back on track.
Let's go to our Racing Electronics Race Communications. Brandon Ward, you now inherit the lead here. Interesting strategy for you to come in earlier to take that right rear tire. Was that planned, or are you playing the cards here at South Boston for the big money?
Well, it was a little bit of both. We had ourselves buried deep in the field. A little bit of a situation we didn't want to be in. Had to make some adjustments, or felt like we needed to be better late in the run, and we just took a gamble to try to get some track position here. Going to see if it plays off. It's going to be tough, but it's the strategy we picked. We're going to go with it.
How much do newer tires mean? You're the only car that honestly stayed out. I think your tires are maybe 30 laps or so older than these guys coming in and taking a tire right now. How do you think that's going to shake out?
Well, I mean, I think they mean something. I really do. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But I'm just hoping that track position can overcome some of it. We can hold them back for a few laps and hopefully equalize this deal a little bit. You know, it's a big race. It's a lot of money on the line. It's a gamble that we felt like we had to take. You know, just thanks to Kevin Powell, Jeff Day, this entire New Day Motorsports team, Will Spahn, all these guys. They've worked really hard and just trying to put ourselves in the best position we can to overcome some adversity here and have a shot at this thing at the end.
Good luck, Brandon. We hope it pays off for you.
Thanks, Bob.
That's Brandon Ward, driver of the KevinSaysYes.com machine. Let's go trackside to Derek.
Thanks a lot, Bob. And I was in Jake Crum's pit area just a moment ago talking with his crew chief, asked him how the car is. He says, I don't want to use the P word, but we are really good. The car is really handling perfectly right now. They took a spring rubber, they put a spring rubber in the right front, they swapped their left side tires, so they made some small adjustments, and they think that they've got what it takes to win this race today.
Well, thank you so much, Derek. Good reporting down there. Always great to get information, whether it's on our Racing Electronics Communications or Derek. Man, we need you the whole season, buddy. If we can convince somebody to do that, we really appreciate your efforts here today. I'm scanning through the different racing communication right now.
You're busy, Bob.
I am.
Like
I'm going to let you talk for a second because I want to see if I can get Hershey. I'm not sure we have frequency where we needed it to be.
Well, it's there's a lot of things at play here. Strategy is at play. You've got one car. Is he going to be a sitting duck in Brandon Ward out front, the only car on older tires?
Can I talk to you?
So it's going to be interesting. The Bowman Gray Stadium track champion up there in first.
Matt Hirschman, it's been an interesting day for you. A little bit of contact as you're coming this time to 2 to go, but did that cause any damage to your race car?
Yeah, we had to tow out a little bit. We just made an adjustment, just a little guess. Hopefully it's right back to where it should have been. But also got held up there at lap traffic. Didn't get the courtesy I would have liked to have seen, but we'll see what we got here. It's a long way to go.
Real quick, you're driving this smart Ford machine here today. Do you think it's got a real good shot to win? These guys charging too hard or what?
Oh, we were in good position. We lost a few, so let's see how it plays out. But we've been at the front, near the front all day. Let's see if we can finish there.
Good luck, Matt. Coming to 1 to go.
Matt Hirschman there, calm under pressure, cool cucumber, but I'm sure he felt a little perturbed. You heard it in his voice there with some of the lap traffic, and Jay Crum took advantage of that, and that's what you do as an aggressive race car driver. So interesting, okay? That could be the story of the race. You never know. So Matt Hirschman now restarts in the 3rd position on the inside, took the inside of that choose.
And listen, we just talked to an athlete in his prime doing his craft on the biggest race of the year so far. And thank you to everybody that has allowed us to do this. Not only Racing Electronics, but the drivers, the teams, they know what the Smart Modified Tour and Flow Racing and everybody is trying to build here for the culture of Southern Modified Racing. So we appreciate all the drivers and their cooperation and allowing us to talk to them during this show because it gives you an interesting perspective from a viewer standpoint.
And Bob, the lights are out on the pace car here at South Boston. The button, the switch, is about to get turned on here at the Pace-O-Matic restart zone. 73 laps on the board. The fans rise to their feet. The cars are back green. The King of the Modifieds is underway again.
Remember what Brandon Ward wanted to do. He wanted to get out front and to try to hold them up, try to equalize the disparity between older tires and newer tires. Matt Hirschman able to sneak into 2nd. Great move for him. Now he's going for the top spot here in the King of the Modifieds. Hirschman out of Northampton, Pennsylvania, on the inside of Winston-Salem's own Brandon Ward. They drag race down the backstretch. In turn 3 and 4, Matt Hirschman back to the top here at Sobo.
He made that move, and he made it quick. Pounced on the opportunity, did Hirschman, the mud lane driver from Northampton, Pennsylvania, back at the point in this one. Brandon Ward files in 2nd. Jake Crum patiently behind the number 04. Luke Baldwin right behind him. Burt Myers and Woody Pitcat in the 88 with a big push on that car.
The big 5-0, 50 to go in this one. You see Luke Baldwin, Burt Myers in that black and white number 1 machine. There's Woody Pitcat just behind him. Good battles here as we look at that 2nd spot. I think that's the place to keep a look at. Little slowness right there between Stephen Kopchik and Joey Coulter. They kind of got together, but as we go back to the front right now, you got to take a look at the 04. Brandon Ward trying to hold on right now. Those guys behind him, newer rubber, they're going to want to get by quickly.
Yeah, right now he's got a lot of pressure from behind. Luke Baldwin, 2 laps in a row now, peeking to the inside of the Paul French number 12 for Jake Crum. Business is picking up past the halfway point of the King of the Modifieds. $20,000 on the line. It's almost go time. It might be go time if you're outside of the top 3 or 4 too.
They just got jacked up going into turn number 1. 3 wide right there, a little bit further back in the field, and that involved our point leader, Carson Lofton.
He's going
but here
backwards.
we go. Here comes Luke Baldwin to the inside of Jake Crum. They are battling for that 3rd spot as the jam car really is Brandon Ward.
He sure is right there. Brandon Ward holding tight in that 2nd position, but right now, a young hard charger on the outside, a veteran hard charger of the late model ranks, making his name again in the modified ranks here in the Smart Modified Tour. Wheel to wheel, Nerf bar to Nerf bar, down the Bragg straightaway. These cars are breathtaking when they're side by side with the exposed wheels. The fans loving it here at South Boston.
Think about it, 600 horsepower, 15-inch tires. Ain't nothing like it in America. Gavick got to get out of the way. Squeeze play right there for Luke Baldwin.
That was by the hair of his chinny chin chin, and the fans notice it and they respect it. Lap traffic playing a big part in this race. Jam car right there, forcing the 12 up high. That gives daylight. The crossover. Here comes the number 12 to the bottom for 2nd place.
Not surprised at all to see a little bump from Jake Crum to say, Brandon Ward, get out of the way. He gets by. Now Luke Baldwin gets by. Crum and Baldwin 2nd and 3rd, but Big Money Matt already checked out by about 5 car lengths.
A little bump to the back bumper sends the 12 up a little higher than he wanted to go in turn number 3 and 4. Jams that car deep into the turn in turn 1. Luke Baldwin is ready to pounce.
Got to be careful if you're Luke Baldwin, because Jake Crum is known as the snake for a reason. He will bite you back in a hurry. Luke Baldwin trying to get by on the inside, side by side. They rub Nerf bars just a little bit. Crum lets him go. Will he repay him down in 3?
Jake Crum thinks better of it. Give P2 to the 17-year-old Luke Baldwin.
And we got a big development on pit road. Carson Lofton, the point leader and winner of 2 straight, is on pit road at lap 88. Heartbreaker for the kid, Carson Lofton.
Oh, his bid to become the king of the modifieds looks to be over for the young 15-year-old. But now, back at the front, here comes Luke Baldwin, trying to cast out his reel and reel in money, Matt Hirschman.
Baldwin is a hard charger. That's what he's been known as in the crate modifieds. Sometimes it's gotten him in trouble as well. Let's see what Luke Baldwin does. He's matured a lot over the last year, but he is charging hard right now. We go quickly back. Right there, Woody Pitcat sliding sideways. You got Steven Kopchik, you got Ryan Newman, you got Brandon Ward. This is a battle right now for 4th on back.
Ryan Newman almost got to the bottom of the Pitcat. Pitcat closed the door. Here comes Newman filling the hole. The number 2 car right now. Double box on your screen. There's so much action here at South Boston Speedway. It's hard to keep up with. The king of the modifieds is not disappointing.
Pitcat now has moved up to 4th. Ryan Newman in 5th. Brandon Ward, who started on the point for this most recent restart, is back to 6th. Carson Lofton, by the way, for all you fans, he's pulling back out into the racetrack.
Ryan Newman creeping up into the top 5. I'll tell you what, you got to look out for that number 2, but right now, all eyes are on the leaders, because here comes Luke Baldwin. He sends it in deep into turn 1 and 2. Hirschman to the bottom of lap traffic, trying to get that respect. Baldwin follows him through 3 and 4 in the tire tracks of greatness.
Let's remind you of what happened at Florence as well. Matt Hirschman was not happy with Luke Baldwin.
That's right.
Baldwin, he says, ran him up the racetrack, and then all of a sudden Matt Hirschman got the bump by Burt Myers that sent him around, but it wasn't Burt Myers he was not happy with, it was Luke Baldwin.
And Hirschman admitted that he kind of came down across the nose of Burt Myers in that incident, and it was a very disappointing moment. But, you know, hey, this is a great tale right here that you are seeing unfold in front of you on Flow Racing. You have the crafty veteran, the master, and now the apprentice right behind him in the 7NY, a accomplished veteran race car driver and a 17-year-old.
Definitely a disparity in years of experience between Hirschman and Baldwin, but both names synonymous with modified racing, both north and south. Little bump right there from Luke Baldwin. Baldwin pushes Hirschman up the racetrack and takes the lead.
Luke Baldwin to the lead and the king of the modifieds. But I'll tell you what, with a use of the chrome horn, will he get it in return? I'm sure Matt Hirschman is going to gather up that car, maybe cool down the tires. I wouldn't put him past him to make another run. Matt Hirschman is not a pushover. He's a very steady driver.
Oh, and we got some melee up in 3 and 4. It's Anthony Bello, I believe.
Yes.
That goes around in that Hillbilly Racing number 79 car. That will bring out the caution. Keep your eyes peeled even on the top 2. We need to see if they're going to have a chat with each other, because that was interesting down in turn number 1.
I'll tell you what, that was a whale of a battle, and I'll tell you, Luke Baldwin used the chrome horn there to get around him, and you see that 79 car of Anthony Bello. Of course, Zach Brewer, used to run that car, and on the numbers this week, you see him right there, the texture. Well, that's all photos of Zach Brewer, who we just lost the other week. Dearly beloved friend of modified racing and friend to us all. So great to see the Hillbilly Racing team continuing to pay tribute, even though now they've got a northerner in their car, Anthony Bello, a kid that grew up at Stafford Motor Speedway and has become a star in the modified ranks up there and trying to create his stardom down south.
If you want to take a good look at that number, I did post a photo on Short Track Life to be able to see the moments that Zach Brewer celebrated, and Zach Brewer still being carried on that race car. On our wireless camera right now, we do have Joey Coulter on pit road. It looks like some messed up right front suspension on that race car.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go down to Derek.
Well, right now, Joey Coulter is climbing out of the 0-2 machine. There's heavy damage to the left rear corner of the car. You can also see front end damage as well. Joey's stepping out right now. He's right over here. Joey, can you tell us what happened from your point of view?
We're all racing hard. I was struggling like hell. I don't know. We had a really horrible tire shake before we pitted, and we tried to make some adjustments and we got too tight. We were way too tight right there, and I just run the guy over. I tried to get slowed down and just got tighter and run him over. So hope it didn't mess up his day as bad as I ruined ours. Just frustrated since qualifying, and now we're sitting here broke. So try again later, I guess.
Well, a dejected Joey Coulter walking away, trying to assess the damage on his car. That tire vibration has been happening with a couple of teams. Carson Lofton was just talking to his dad. Brian Lofton said that they had a left front vibration because the tire went out of round.
Oh, wow, that's the development on the number 23 car. Interesting there, of course, the points leader.
I want to take a look at this replay of the pass for the lead on our Flow Racing broadcast. Hirschman in the lead, Baldwin in second. He's on the back bumper, kind of shoves Hirschman up the racetrack, and that's a strategic move because what he was trying to do is kind of just push Hirschman in the corner when he lifted a little bit. Very aggressive move by Baldwin. It got him the lead.
I'll tell you what, that was a very aggressive push. You know, something you see at Loudon, New Hampshire, bump drafting down a straightaway, and you send the guy rocketing harder than they want to into turn number one. But at this racetrack here, that's a peculiar little bit of a move. I wonder if it's a risk, okay? Because now the caution comes out, we reset. Those two drivers are first and second. They're going to have to start around each other. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when that restart.
Ryan Newman on our Racing Electronics Race Communications. Ryan, you're sitting there in the top 5. How's that race car, and have you been saving your stuff for a chance at 20 grand?
I don't think anybody's saving their stuff today. It's a pretty fast racetrack here in South Boston, and we're just lacking a little bit of track position. I think we got a good car right here. Depending upon this last restart or this next restart, we'll see if we can get a good start. Race it out. Hopefully we can get back to some lap cars and make it interesting in the next 25 laps.
Can you tell things are starting to amp up right now? Can you feel that from the driver's seat?
Well, they've been amped up the whole time. This is a fast little racetrack, especially with these modifieds.
Good luck in that shitty Coolers race car here today. We appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you, Bob.
Low and left. That's what Ryan Newman likes to say. He's in love with these race cars, and it's really cool to see him have his family here with him every week in the Smart Modified Tour. Brooklyn's always with him. Was at the test the other day at North Wilkesboro, and Ryan Newman is enjoying himself. But right now, he'd want to be a few spots ahead right now, and I know he wants to become the king of the modifieds. Right now, just letting you know, 26 laps to go. 17-year-old Luke Baldwin at the point. Matt Hirschman in second, third position. Jake Crum, fourth position. Connecticut's Woody Pitcat. The Invader, fifth position. Ryan Newman, who we just talked to.
Luke Baldwin back on the Racing Electronics Communications. Just want to talk about in the lead right now, but first let's revisit that pass for the lead. Was that something that you were surprised with, or is that a planned maneuver with that contact with Matt Hirschman?
Definitely a surprise. You know, I didn't think he'd check up for the corner that soon, and accidentally got in the back room. I had no intentions of doing that at all, but, you know, once that situation's in front of you, you kind of just have to take advantage of it, and that's what we did. So hope we can have a good restart here and not let my inexperience get the best of me here and take home 20,000 big ones.
Are you worried? Because obviously if you're the leader of the race, you don't know what's going on. Matt Hirschman starting around you. Are you worried at all?
No, I mean, you can't be worried in a situation like this. I know I got a fast car. I know I got a car to win. It's just all in my hands now. Obviously, Matt's a very, very, very good race car driver. I've got a lot of respect for him, and I really hope it's a good race to the end and we put on a show for the fans.
Good luck, Luke.
Thanks, guys.
A lot of poise there from the driver of the 7VA, especially under caution flag here with only 26 laps to go in the biggest race of your young career.
And we're fans, right? So we want to know what's going through Luke Baldwin's mind. Like,
we
listen,
just heard it.
Absolutely. You know, is he worried? I'd be worried, honestly, to some degree, because, you know, you just made a little contact, got by him. It's a big race, you know. So Luke Baldwin has shown composure over the last couple of years. I've been very, very impressed with him behind the wheel. Very aggressive race car driver, but that's that youth and exuberance that he's showing as a 17-year-old.
Well, you learn a lot of that in the Legends Cars ranks with INEX.
Yes, you do.
They're great race cars to learn because they're hard to drive. Sometimes you learn a few bad habits, but he was very aggressive in those, very aggressive in the crate modifieds. But you saw him do things like win the Speed Weeks Championship in the crate modified, and he's made himself stand out a little bit in some of the ways that he's raced those races. And I'll just never forget, for as long as I live, because we've known the Baldwin family forever. I called him up on his way back from his first ever test in a tour type modified, and through the phone you could feel the smile. This is a very exuberant young man with a great personality. Sponsors are going to love this kid.
Yes.
And it's all real. It's not fake either. This kid loves modified racing.
He does, indeed. There's a Citrus Safe Choose Cone right now. Thank you to the sponsors of our drone coverage, both Citrus Safe as well as Carolina Drilling. We appreciate everything that Jason Tutterow and his staff at Carolina Drilling do for the Smart Modified Tour. Thank you to all of our sponsors. The Bankers Life Smarty Trophy will be presented in Victory Lane. We got some special other antidotes in Victory Lane as well.
Don't leave your couch.
No,
okay?
no, absolutely not.
Don't leave your seats here at South Boston either.
The Stanley Law Group Kings Court. Let's just kind of tease you a little bit.
Yeah, baby, the King's Court, Victory Lane. This is going to be a Victory Lane like no other. If you're here at South Boston Speedway, don't leave and try to get to your car and run to go get it. And don't go to the bathroom. Don't go get a soft drink. Sit by your TVs on flow.
Don't shut off flow when the checkered flag happens, because you're going to see some more drama, I can guarantee you that. Could come in interviews, it could come in the King's Court, you never know. But $20,000 to the winner, the crown, all sorts of stuff that will bestow the winner of this prestigious inaugural event for modified racing in America. Coming back to the green flag, it's Baldwin on the inside as the leader of this race. Hirschman is right behind him. He chooses the inside as well. So that puts Jake Crum at the Citrus Safe Choose Cone on the outside of the front row.
That's a very interesting move, Bob.
Here we go. 26 to go here in the King of the Modifieds at Sobo.
Great restart by the 7VA right there, getting to the loud pedal first and getting to it fast. Hirschman right behind him, side by side behind Luke Baldwin, coming off of turn number 4.
Here's Pit Cat as well. Baldwin with the lead. Hirschman almost got to his inside battle, still for second. Hirschman inside, little bobble right there. Jake Crum on the outside. Crum so strong on the outside. Newman trying to do the same thing in that shitty Coolers number 2.
I'll tell you what, Woody Pitcat got bad sideways the lap before that, giving up the spot to Ryan Newman. Moved the Indiana driver into the 4 spot.
By the way, Doug Kobe has crept back in the top 10 as well in the 7NYs. We see that from the corner of our eye, but we can't go away from this. Take a look at the battle for third now. Hirschman, Newman right there. Newman up to 4th. Newman's got a shot at this, and you never know what Jake Crum has got up his sleeve.
Jake Crum, like you said it, Bob, one of the more aggressive short track racers in this region. Only a handful of laps left remaining. Luke Baldwin in control of this event, dancing that car a little sideways off of turn number 4, gapping the number 12.
Crum struggles a little bit after a couple laps after that restart. That car does not want to turn, and that's why he's using that outside groove to try to keep the momentum a little bit. It's not paying off. Side by side, though, is Ryan Newman and Woody Pitcat. Pitcat trying to get back by the number 2 car in a battle for 4th. Had a couple of cars go all over the place that will bring out the caution.
Oh, Newman in the wall. Ryan Newman has hit the wall in turn number 3. Big damage on the right side of the Shitty Coolers number 2. Ryan Newman's bid to become King of the Modifieds is over.
Wow. That aggressive hydraulics machine for Coulter Motorsports.
He's not happy, Bob.
No, he's not. I want to take a look at that because I was seeing what happened with Andrew Krause and other people, but we go back to our Carolina Drilling Citrus Safe drone camera to find out what Ryan Newman is thinking.
Ryan Newman not happy inside the number 2 machine right now. I had just taken my eyes off of that because Krause was wrecking here on the front stretch. That's what brought out the yellow flag. But when the yellow flag came out, Newman and the 88 were in the midst of a battle, so do not know what happened there. I don't want to presume, but Newman not happy. He's walking to the front of that race car, walking down turn number 4 right now is Ryan Newman, the Indiana driver.
Yeah, Newman going out onto the racetrack and I believe he's going to have a word or a point to one of the other competitors out there. He's at the top half of your screen, Ryan Newman. Blocked by the ticker right there, and he walks out and apparently points at Woody Pitcat. We saw that behind the ticker there from our drone camera, but Ryan Newman not all too happy with Woody Pitcat.
Ryan Newman not happy, making the long walk now down over the wall in turn number 4 to the infield. Now goes Ryan Newman as he's on the turn 4 side of the infield behind the wall, walking down pit road. Obviously, he is not happy. He wanted to become the king of the modifieds and showing his displeasure to Connecticut's Woody Pitcat.
Let's go right down trackside to Derek Pernasiglio standing by with Ryan Newman.
Yeah, right now Ryan Newman walking down pit road, obviously not happy. Tell us what happened from your point of view, and then also what you wanted to say to Woody Pitcat.
I just disappointed. I know he's won a lot of races, but he sure ran out of talent here today. I mean, run me clear up into the fence, and it's unfortunate for our shitty coolers, aggressive hydraulics, Montrose molders, Capital Auto Group, everybody that helps us do this. It's a pretty special King of the Modified race, but didn't really expect him to drive like an idiot, and he sure did.
Well, unfortunately, you can hear it in Ryan Newman's voice. He's not pleased with Woody Pitcat right now. He's heading back to his pit area, and yeah, just a little bit of drama unfolding down here, guys.
You got to love the honest answer by Ryan Newman. Derek asked him the appropriate question, and Ryan Newman just not happy.
And he answered honestly.
Yep, and he was poised with his answer, but honest as well.
Bob, 1 to 10, how angry is Ryan Newman right now?
Oh, he's about a
12.
I was going to say 10.5.
I hate to see that for Newman. He really bought into the theory of this race, and it's tough to see. He had a really good test here at South Boston Speedway just over a week ago with that number 2 team.
And Andrew Krause is the one that actually brought out this caution. There is him. You see the damage to the front suspension on his car. Derek has caught up with him.
Yeah, Andrew Krause down here assessing the damage on that number 9 machine. Can you tell us what happened? We saw the late stages of the contact as you went down the front straightaway.
Yeah, it's a tough race. We've never been here before, so we tried to, something a little bit different. Came in late for tires. We thought we had a car, kind of make that late race charge at it, but we're just trying to, find the right holes and everything. A couple of guys in front of us panicked and just got out of sorts. We had nowhere to go and just funneled in there and knocked the left front off. But it's unfortunate it gets tied up in someone else's wreck, but, it's just unique, something different for us here.
Well, Bob, Matt, you can definitely hear it. He's frustrated. He was also a victim of circumstances, so unfortunately Andrew Krause's day is done.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We'll take a look at that car one more time. There it is. You can see the broken left front suspension. He and another car got together. Yep. That's what took our eye towards that at first to see what was going on, and then everything else happened up in the top 5.
Yeah, it's tough right there. Andrew Krause coming all the way here from New Jersey with that Mortino machine. Beautiful machine, but obvious broken tire rod and some more damage on the suspension of that machine. 20 laps to go for the King of the Modifieds. Drama unfolding late in this race. We kind of expected that because when you put this many G's on the line and you strap those helmets on, you want to be the driver that becomes the king, and you want that big old payday.
And it ain't over yet. So everybody watching in the grandstands here, everybody watching at home, make sure you text all your buddies right now. Let them know that you're seeing a heck of a race here in the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds presented by Dominion Energy. Text them. Tell them to go to Flow Racing right now if you're not here, and watch the end of this race. And then make sure you see the Smart Modified Tour when we venture to Hudson, North Carolina next Saturday. That's March 30th, the day before Easter, when we see a great show with the Cardinal 99 right there at Tri-County Speedway. There's a Citrus Safe Choose cone once again. You see everybody choosing inside or out.
Luke Baldwin, of course, the leader, choosing the inside preferred groove. Second place, Jake Crum, no surprise, going to the outside to try to contest for that spot. Matt Hirschman filing in the inside of the second row. Woody Pitcat now, after that incident with Ryan Newman, move him up to the fourth position. He will restart on the outside. Brandon Ward to the inside of the third row with his rival Burt Myers to the outside. Tom Buzzy right behind that on the inside. And don't look now, Doug Kobe has entered the fray.
I love night racing. It's spectacular, but there's just something special about modified racing in daytime conditions with big events. We saw it back in the day with the Race of Champions. We saw it with the Spring Sizzler and also the Big Thompson 300, and now we're seeing it today with the King of the Modifieds at South Boston.
And Bob, something I'm noticing too, and you know, you kind of pointed it out before, the sun's getting low in turn number 1. So watch on this restart. The drivers coming off of turn number 4 have that sun right in their eyes, so visibility is pretty low going down the front stretch here at this point of the day at South Boston.
I was listening to several of the drivers, and they were talking about that, how they kind of needed a little extra tape to block some of that sun as they head into 1. Here we go. Crum, Baldwin, front row. We got 20 to go.
Little push there from Matt Hirschman. Vaults the number 7 just ahead of Jake Crum. Crum battles back valiantly on the outside with that number 12 machine.
Woody Pitcat is there. Four-wheel slide on that car a little bit coming off the corner. The top 4 side by side here at South Boston.
Open wheel to open wheel. Nerf bar to Nerf bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Throw a blanket off of turn number 4.
Baldwin back up top. Hirschman trying to get below. Jake Crum almost contact off of turn number. Oh, big contact. Here goes everybody piling in. Oh my! What a wreck.
Big one. The big one at South Boston, Bob. This is a very narrow and fast track, and we feared this going in that this would happen, and it's all come unraveled late in the race here. Huge contact and a bunch of cars. It's a parking lot in turn number 3, Bob.
We got Anthony Bello up there, Brandon Ward in the 04. We have the 77 of Will Lambros. We got Daniel Yates in the 18, Blake Barney in the black and white 27. Danny Bone, one of the championship contenders, up against the inside wall with that Buddy Ellis number 24, that red and black machine. Up in the corner, we have Caleb Hetty in the Jamie Tomeno owned number 99, as well as Jake Crum running for the win here today in that 12 car.
Caleb Hetty in a little bit of discomfort there as he walks away from that car and goes down on the ground. He took quite a hit there, did the driver of the number 99, as he is being looked at by race officials right now on the inside of the racetrack.
The only car that I can't tell, and I believe it might be Jason Myers, is the car on the outside. It is Jason Myers on the outside of the 04 of Brandon Ward. So a big melee down in turn number 3. It started off at 2. Tommy Buzzy also with some left front suspension damage as well. By the way, there you see Jason Myers climb out of his car. This one is going to be a little bit of a delay here. I have to mention, too, and I want to get a shot, if we can, with some of our other cameras, maybe Dylan down in turn number 1. If we look to turn number 2, the car that's in the 3rd spot right now, Doug Kobe, he survived, but his right rear metal on that race car all damaged. Jake Crum standing by with DP.
Thanks, Bob. Jake Crum was just walking past me. He was involved in that big wreck going into turn 3. Not the... Can you tell us what happened?
I didn't think Matt Hirschman drove like that, but he doored the hell out of us up off of the 2 over there, and we went right front first in the fence. I mean, I thought I raced everybody clean. I know everybody's got their opinion about me, and I really don't give a shit. But, you know, we were fast. We were here. They know we're here. And we'll be back, but we'll come back stronger and beat that ass for them.
Jake obviously not happy out there, and he's not happy with Matt Hirschman.
No, not happy at all. Definitely, we're going to take a look at that here in just a moment to get some perspective on this. There's the damage, as I was mentioning, on Doug Kobe's car. After we look at the replay, we're going to maybe try to talk to him on the radio. Right now, he's discussing with his team the damage on that car. It's not just the front nose piece.
Yeah.
When he came by, it's the right side metal as well. Let's take a look at this. Hirschman was on the inside of Jake Crum. We'll go to the Flow Racing replay right now to see what happened here.
We'll take a look at this replay. On throttle, that car got tight, Hirschman, and it sent that 60 up the racetrack and into him. You notice that in the center of that corner if we look at it again, because when he gets on throttle, Bob, the car does not turn.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Is where he got on the throttle and went up the racetrack. And right here, just a miscalculation, honestly, by both of those drivers not wanting to give an inch. Hirschman came up the racetrack. Crum still had his nose in there, but he didn't back off either. And then everybody went piling in.
Caleb Hetty did take a pretty hard shot right there, and so did Woody Pitcat, his King of the Modifieds bid. The number 88 right on your right-hand side of the screen. Contact right there. It jaunts him to the inside of the wall. Now watch the 99 creep in right here into the back number of the number 12. A huge hit for Caleb Hetty.
Let's go down to Derek.
Thanks, Bob. Danny Bone in the number 24, one of those other drivers that was involved. It looked like you were a victim of circumstances. Was that the case for you?
Yeah, I was still in the gas when I hit the 77, so I guess it happened farther up front, but, hate it for the 24 guys. We had a decent day. I think we would have ended up with a solid finish, but it's part of racing for 20 grand, I guess.
Did you see how the crash started?
Not a clue. Like I said, I saw a bunch of cars checked up there, and I was still in the gas when I hit, so it just happened pretty quick.
Danny Bone. The circumstances in the number 24 machine.
Hey, Derek, behind you, you also have Will Lambros around there. Do you see him still to find out his perspective on anything?
We are looking for Will Lambros right now. As a matter of fact, here he is. He's right over near us. Will Lambros involved in that. Can you tell us what happened?
I'm not really sure. We came off at 2. I was still full throttle. Bunch of white smoke and kind of just rear end pile up. I got pushed into the guy in front of me. I was driving in front of me. It was a mess. No one's really clear, I guess. I spoke to a few of the other drivers and it happened. I'm good. I'm sore, but I'm good.
Ambrose.
Good job by Derek Perniciglio down there trying to get some words with some drivers. We're going to try to see if we can chat with a couple of drivers as well, MD. So while I talk to a couple of people, maybe you jaw a little bit.
Yeah, look at the carnage here as we look on our Carolina Driller Citrus Safe drone camera, and Tom Buzzy's car is eliminated as well. You see the Barry machine right there, the number 8 PA right there, the Maryland-based machine. Wes Gilbert owns that car. Big damage on so many of those cars. This place is fast, so when something happens here, I'll tell you what, the track narrows up so quickly.
Let's go to Doug Kobe on the Racing Electronics Racing Communication. Doug, you're parked over there. Looks like the car's got some damage. Are you able to tell what damage you have, or is it just sheet metal?
Kind of hard to say right now. Some of that came from the other wreck there. I got the back of Bird when he checked up, so it bent the front pretty good. This wreck, I got into the wheels a little bit, I think, with a couple guys, but we've been pretty quick here the last few restarts. I'm real happy with the car, and if this thing's going to turn left, I'm going to make it go.
10 for a lot of money on the line, indeed. What happened down there from your perspective?
No, it's just this track is so fast, and you really can't see more than one car in front of you in our cars. You can't see over the spoiler of the guys, 2-3 rows up. So it sounds like somebody up front got turned sideways, and we all kind of piled in, and I just got lucky and squeaked through there with some damage. We'll see. We'll find out pretty quick if we can go back racing or not. But I think the Dominion Energy 7NY is good to go, and we're going to try and put on a show here the last few laps.
Hey, Matthew and I have been talking up here in the booth, too. We want to know, how's that sun going into turn number 1?
It's pretty brutal right now. It's been kind of shifting a little bit. It was worse in the middle of the corner a little earlier, and now it's kind of pretty bad as we get into entry. So it is hard to, find the right line. So I kind of been picking my way through there and just hoping everybody kind of gives a little respect, and then we race through the middle of the corner. So it's not very good right now at all.
Hey, you've seen modified racing for a long, long time, 6-time champion in the NASCAR Wheel of Modified Tour. With all this money on the line, how much of a show are we going to see at the end of this race?
I mean, the money's a nice bonus, but all of us just want to win races against each other, so that's why we race so hard. And this facility, with getting paved several years back, it's just so racy, and we're just going all out with these cars. You know, we're not saving anything, and we're just doing the best we can to move the cars around, and that's what's going to happen here at the end. We're all going to try to win this race, and the $20,000 bonus that's coming with it, you know, from the Smart Modified Series, Pace-O-Matic, Dominion Energy, everybody who helps out with this series is really growing a nice little series here. So happy to be here and going to go chase 20K right now, Bob.
We wish you best of luck in that Dominion Energy 7NY. Doug Kobe started out in the SK Modified ranks at Stafford, used to be a real estate guy up there in the New England area, and now we know him as one of the best ever to sit behind the wheel of a Modified. We enjoy just hanging out, talking, but Derek, you've been down there pounding the pavement. What do you got for us now?
Well, just chatting really quick with Daniel Yates. He wanted to talk and do an interview and basically explain his side of it, but after a while just sitting there, he was out of breath, he was hurting a little bit, he said his back was bothering him, so he made his way back to his pit area. He's probably going to talk to the folks at the ambulance because he is just complaining about his back irritating him just a little bit. So right now, Daniel Yates declined an interview, but just to let us know he is okay, he is moving around under his own power.
Well, thank you so much for that update. Daniel Yates, just a good guy, loves modifieds and loves hanging out with the Smart Modified Tour. Let's get your perspective on this now, DP. Don't go anywhere. We're going to talk to you just a little bit more here, if you don't mind, because I'd love to hear what you think, what you've seen down there, and what you think we're going to expect here at the end of this show with all this money on the line. I guess DP walked away.
Yeah, that's okay. But, you know, Daniel Yates, you said it before, you know, after the Carteret race last year, a whole bunch of us in the modified scene went to the beach. That's what the great thing about later this year, we have a beach weekend. Was it Labor Day weekend? We're going to run on Friday night and Saturday night. Rest assured, Sunday and Monday is going to be spent on the beach on that holiday weekend. And the Yates family, you know, wife Brooke and daughter Ava, a really good family in our pit area, and it was a pleasure to get to know them a little better this year.
It was indeed, and that's going to be a great beach weekend between New River as well as Carteret, going back there as well. And both of those tracks are just, you know, top of the line facilities. So we're going to have fun. And I will tell you, when we went to the beach, okay?
Yeah.
I had to put sunglasses on when we took off our shirts to go in the ocean.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't even take off my shirt, man. I mean, the fish would swim the other way if I did that. Heck with that, man.
So here's what we're going to do. we're going to allow him to sit down because he's been running all over the place. MD and I are sitting down for the first time here today. We'll take a quick break and come back with the conclusion of the Smart Modified Tour with the king of the modifieds, thankfully, here at South Boston Speedway.
No.
We are live here for the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds, presented by Dominion Energy at South Boston Speedway. We are under red flag conditions for the big one. And when we say big one, we're talking about 10-plus cars. That's going to limit the cars that are going to compete for 20 grand here in the final stages of this race. One car that just survived that big wreck, still on the racetrack, a little damage to the front bumper. But Jimmy Wallace, you finished in the top 10 here before. How about what you're going through here today and surviving everything in a survival of the fittest type of race?
Yeah, I mean, we got ourselves behind a little bit in qualified, but the car was actually really good, and we actually drove up into the top 10 there. I should have asked for a little adjustment on the pit stop and freed this thing up a little bit more. Got tight after we put that right rear on, but all in all, having a good day here. All going to pay good here if we can make it to the end of this thing.
I'm Matthew Slater, 16-year pro football veteran and special teams captain. I know about drive, hard work, dedication, going the extra mile. I know about the drive to improve every day, every rep, every mile, so that when your number's called, you're ready to answer. I know about drive, and so does Ira.
Start your game-winning drive at Ira Buick GMC.
New England drives Ira.
That's awesome. We're going to be watching you, but I want to know, Carolina Drilling number 21, you've been running this series for a few years now. You're a veteran of all sorts of wars in terms of Southern racing, but how much do you love this Smart series?
I really love it a lot, man. When Smart returned back and we decided to go modified racing with the Smart Tour, it was a no-brainer. Chris Williams and Jeff Button, everybody with the Smart Tour does a really, really good job of trying to keep everything as fair and even for everybody as they can. And so, hey, we're a little bit smaller team, a little bit behind some of these other guys who've been doing it a long time, but we're in here holding our own.
We wish you the best of luck, bud.
Thank you, Bob. Have a good day. Enjoy the race.
Jimmy Wallace, I think he's going to be in the top 5 for this restart. One driver that's out of the show right now with Derek Perniciglio.
Yeah, Woody Pitcat standing next to his car down here with a lot of damage. Tell us, actually, you already got into your street clothes. Can you tell us how the wreck unfolded in front of you?
Just a racing deal. It looked like. I mean, you got a lot of people out there racing as hard as you can. Big money's on the line, and everybody's just on the edge, racing as hard as they can. And from where I saw, it looked like the 60 car ran the 12 out of room. The 12 got into the fence, and I had nowhere to go after that. And that was it. They all piled up after that. So.
How hard is it to try to find a place to go when everybody is getting the blocking the track?
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's blocking the track. I mean, there's definitely, the outside started working. That's where I wanted to be there. And I elected to take the bottom on one restart because I didn't.
New England drives Ira Acura Westwood. Shop our exceptional lineup of new Acura models. And with Acceleride, purchase online and we'll bring your new Acura directly to you. Looking to sell? We'll buy your vehicle. Any make, model, or year. We're paying top dollar. Need service? We have you covered. Our factory-trained technicians will have you back on the road safely in as little time as possible. Visit us online at IraAcuraWestwood.com. New England drives Ira.
I didn't think the top, if I was behind the guy in front of me, I didn't think it was going to roll, and it did. And Newman got by me, and then it was tough to get back by him, and I got free up off 2 there and got into him and knocked him in the wall. So I hate that for him, and I have all the respect in the world for him and didn't want it to end like that. I know they run for points, and they run here weekly. So that was in my mind. So then I just was going to just try to get back to the top and roll the top, and then, unfortunately, like I said, the 60 did the same thing that I did prior on the prior restart. So it's just hard racing. It's not anybody out there doing anything on purpose. It's just everybody's cars are so close, and you're trying to get that extra edge to get in front of the guy to get back in line.
And unfortunately, Woody picked out of this race today, but we did hear what Ryan Newman had to say. He explained his side of it also in the Ryan Newman situation. So unfortunately, both the 2 and the 88 are sitting on this side of the pit wall.
Well, thank you so much, Derek. We're going to try as cars start to get rolling here right now. We will head to Jonathan Cash with our Racing Electronics communication. Jonathan, in the top 10 right now. You know you love South Boston. What do you think about the end of this race?
I think it's going to get even more exciting than it already has. It's a whole lot going on and a lot of money right here people are trying to get, so I think things are going to get even crazier.
You made a lot of adjustments on that race car. Has it gotten better for you? Because right now your car is pretty banged up, battered, and bruised.
Yeah, it's definitely better. You know, I don't know if we got a winning car, but we definitely got a car to stay where we're at and maybe pick up a few.
How much do you love South Boston, man? I know you've been looking forward to this race.
Yeah, it's good. You know, it's no telling how many laps I have here just coming back home, and got a bunch of wins here, and I kind of know the place and got a lot of fans here, so hopefully we can stay, you know, get us a good run right here and finish it out.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Jonathan Cash, running for SNS Racing. Chance of a lifetime for him. He ran with Ryan Newman, shared the number 39 car last year, but now he's got a full-time opportunity.
That's a great thing for this driver. A very good short track racer, and to see Jonathan Cash get that opportunity. It's an opportunity that race car drivers dream for, to be in a competitive car that's capable of winning races, and the SS Racing machine, of course, you know, pretty much like a house car almost for PSR. Phil Stefanelli over there, of course, Neil Cantor, and that group wrenching on those Pace-O-Matic rides for SS Racing.
Yeah, they're pretty busy.
They sure are.
Mike Curtis down there with the 77
Yes.
car, Neil Cantor, Phil Stefanelli. They're all, Phil, crew chief.
I know Adam Cantor is watching right now, too. His brother, Johnny Deniston, Record One, tuning in, says, Bob, that minivan sucked, even though Carson Lofton was driving one. A lot of people tuning in right now and giving us shout-outs. Mike Slattery, former crew member on the Wilsburg number 5.
Oh, that's so
Greg
cool.
Sachs and Charlie
So cool.
Jazambek. You know, we talk about King of the Modifieds. You know, Charlie Jazambek was my personal king, you know, growing up, a hero. You know, so many greats in this division. And down south here in the Smart Modified Tour, we take an intentional approach at honoring the people from our past. Because Bob and you and I grew up where we would honor Fred DeSero, Bugsy Stevens, the greats. And Southern Modified Racing for long enough did not do that. And we're doing it now.
Yeah, it's changing. The culture is changing indeed. Derek Bernasiglio, what's going on down there?
Well, just watching a whole bunch of crews thrash down here during the caution flag period. Brandon Ward's crew is going to work on the front end of the 04 machine. They were just trying to get the toe out correct on that car. He's firing it up and turning around. While all of that was going on, Joey Coulter, who he thought was out of the race previously, is using this extended caution period to his advantage. They put the 02 back together, or what they could get back together. Joey hopped back in the car. He's going to rejoin the field as well.
It's interesting, Bob, because you're seeing cars re-enter the field. The 25 is feverishly working on Tommy Buzzy's car right now, because with as little cars as we have in the field, that's a lot of money at stake there if you can gain a bunch of spots.
Well, Buzzy was involved in that wreck. He was 10th at the time of that wreck, so he still had a pretty decent race car, but that was a great shot down there. Brandon Ward pulling out. And Derek mentioned Joey Coulter now is trying to go back out. Remember, Coulter is running for a championship. A bunch of people are out. We still got a good number of laps left in this race. He could pick up a spot or two, and that could mean some important points for him to gain in this championship equation.
And an update to our points leader, Carson Lofton, having a tough day. 8 laps down at this point in the race. Still in the race, so all those positions that he's going to gain from that wreck for all those lead lap cars, he gains that back. That is huge in the point standings for the young driver of the number 23.
You know, the funny thing is, last week or 2 weeks ago at Caraway, I told him, I said, hey, are you ready to score a hat trick? And he looked at me and said, how about those car heels? I'm like, no, wrong sport. Dude, wrong
he didn't
sport.
know. He didn't know. Phil Cavalli actually secretly brought a hockey stick just in case today, the series photographer. So Carson Lofton, one of the young rising stars in modified racing. So, you know, going to be interesting to see where his career takes off. Lights are out on the pace car, and we're about to pick up business again, Bob, with 18 laps to go in the King of the Modifieds.
So, a lot of cars banged up, battered, and bruised as we come to this late race restart. It's Baldwin and Hirschman back on the front row. Green flag flies. Who's going to get 20 grand?
The 7 spun the tires, but he gets the traction that counts and vaults him into the lead. Matt Hirschman to the second. Here comes Doug Kobe to the backside of the number 60. Give him the 3rd spot as he sails that car off turn number 4 on the outside.
Kobe says forget about the money. He wants the cloak. He wants the crown. He wants to be the king of the modifieds. Can he get it done? That car pushes way high off of turn number 2, but if anybody can get it done, Kobe can wrestle that car around this racetrack.
Right now, Luke Baldwin, 17 years old, Matt Hirschman in his tire tracks, stalking the back bumper of that 7 VA.
Jonathan Cash is in fourth. Anthony Bello hanging in there as well. But it's all Baldwin with a rear view mirror full of Matt Hirschman.
As we restarted, the fans got to their feet. None of them are sitting here at South Boston. They know what's on the line here, and so do the drivers battling for the lead right now on the backstretch.
This is where Hirschman is so good, studying Luke Baldwin, trying to figure out where he is missing around this racetrack, where he might make a mistake, where he could pressure him into a mistake. A little wiggle there by Luke Baldwin. Anxious moments for that teenager, as he's got one of the best in the business behind him.
Matt Hirschman, stalking isn't the word. He's all over him like white on rice. Here comes the 60, peeking to the inside, the lap car of Gary Young Jr. Does a good job of getting out of the way. Now Hirschman has to reset and recharge to try to get that lead.
You just know by watching Matt Hirschman through the years, he's about ready to pounce. He's going to do something, and it's going to be very calculated. That's how Matt Hirschman drives these modifieds, just like his dad, Tony Hirschman, did for so many years. Hirschman in second, Baldwin in first. Forget about everybody else, because the battle is for the lead.
He is a scientist when it comes to the chassis of his Troyer modifieds, but he's also a surgeon when gripping the wheels of that machine. And right now, showing that mastery, patience behind the 7 VA, trying to make the young driver possibly make a mistake.
Gary Young Jr. gets the black flag. 8 laps to go now in this one here at South Boston. Hirschman has not been able to gain any ground. And think about the pressure, the weight on the shoulders for the 17-year-old Luke Baldwin, trying to hang on, not just win his first modified race, but win the biggest race of the year.
And right now, Bob, he has gapped Matt Hirschman. That last lap was an incredible lap by that young race car driver with Long Island roots, now living in North Carolina.
Baldwin, 7 VA. His granddad made the 7 New York famous. They're coming up on a couple of slower cars. Could that have a factor in the conclusion of this race?
Oh, lap traffic side by side. Luke Baldwin to the throttle, sideways off of turn number 4. He gets by the 8 car. Can he get by the 51? That allows Matt Hirschman to close the gap.
Matt Hirschman rolled through there nicely, but maybe a mistake by Matt Hirschman there, going to the bottom behind the 51, kind of slowed his progress after he was almost able to get to the back bumper of the Pace-O-Matic 7 VA. 5 to go, 4 this time at the line for Luke Baldwin.
Fans are on their feet. King of the Modifieds coming down to this. It's a 2-horse race right now at South Boston Speedway, coming to the Twin Popsicle Sticks. 2 laps to go.
Baldwin about a 2-car length advantage over Matt Hirschman. Hirschman, one of the best in the business. Kobe rides third. 4th place is Jonathan Cash and Anthony Bello in that 5th spot. White flag is out.
One more time around for a 17-year-old with such great legacy. Luke Baldwin, here he comes, Bob.
In only his 3rd career tour-type modified start, Luke Baldwin is the king of the modifieds. And it comes here at South Boston Speedway. 17 years old, 3rd generation modified racer, and he gets it done. He's explosive with his personality. I can't wait to see the Stanley Law Group Kings Court in Victory Lane.
Legacy is lived here at South Boston Speedway, and today we will crown a young king.
That young king will be Luke Baldwin. He'll turn that car around, I believe, in turn number 1. Don't hit the inside wall, Luke. Jonathan Cash, his teammate, coming over to congratulate him. Is that his dad down there? I believe it might have been. Hard to tell from that camera angle right there. But Luke Baldwin, indeed it was. It was Tommy Baldwin congratulating his son. And now, stopping at the start-finish line, Luke Baldwin grabs the checkered flag and burns out towards turn number 4. Baldwin with the win. Hirschman second, Doug Kobe third. Jonathan Cash in fourth. Anthony Bello in fifth. Sixth, defending champ Burt Myers. Seventh, Brandon Ward. Eighth, Jimmy Wallace. Good top 10 for him. Jason Tutterow in the 22, his first career top 10 finish in smart modified competition. And Jaden Harmon in the 51, the young kid with a top 10 run as well in that 10th spot. Luke Baldwin will pull into Pace-O-Matic victory lane and start enjoying himself with the Stanley Law Group King's Court. He'll be crowned a king today at South Boston. There is Dad, Tommy Baldwin, saying, "Good job, kid." Shakes his head around a little bit. Neil Cantor and everybody with PSR Chassis down to congratulate 17-year-old Luke Baldwin. Silence here as we saw the birth of a new crown jewel in modified racing in America. 125 laps the distance. And with all the star power here today, we see a rising new star in victory lane with Pace-O-Matic on top of the roof of that race car. Luke Baldwin and this S&S Racing team now $20,000 richer after winning this one today here at South Boston. Don't go away if you're watching on Flow Racing. You are going to see some drama still here today. A special presentation in victory lane for Luke Baldwin. And it's all about him right now. I can't wait to hear his voice, hear his emotion down in Pace-O-Matic victory lane with the Stanley Law Group King's Court. We're ready for him. Live on Flow Racing. Luke Baldwin climbs out a king here at South Boston. He is the Pace-O-Matic King of the Modifieds for the Smart Modified Tour. And he gets the cloak presented by Chris Williams down in victory lane, and also the crown. Let's head downstairs to Derek Pernasiglio.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. And Matt Dillner is down here with Luke Baldwin. They are crowning him and giving him his king's robe. And in just a moment, Matt Dillner will be reading a decree for the newly crowned King of the Modifieds. Luke Baldwin now sits atop the Iron Throne.
Hear ye, hear ye. A decree from the Commonwealth State to all nations. On the 24th day of March, the Smart Modified Tour powered by Pace-O-Matic declares Luke Baldwin, 2024 King of the Modifieds.
And a very excited Luke Baldwin down here in victory lane. If you're going to win your first race, it might as well be the big one, shouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I can't believe that. You know, that thing was a rocket ship. Neil and all the guys at PSR and Sadler Stanley Racing did such a great job. He made an incredible call on the pit stop to free it up a little bit. I think if he didn't do that, we would have been a little too tight to compete. But, Yeah, I just got to thank everybody. Got to thank Pace-O-Matic, Mohawk Northeast, the Stanley Law Group, PSR Products, Matt Hirschman for racing me clean. I know he had a chance to give me a shot there. I didn't mean to get into him earlier in the race to get the lead, but you know it is what it is, and I'm really happy, and I got a lot of respect for him for not giving it back when he very well could have.
You know, lately Matt Hirschman has kind of been like the unclaimed king of the modifieds with all the races that he's winning. How much pressure was on you knowing you have someone like that behind you who's won multiple races and championships, and here you are going for your first one?
Yeah, no, it's a ton of pressure, but I always say pressure is privilege, so you know, that kind of motivated me a little bit more, and past few years I've been watching him. He's been so incredible. I'm like, man, there's no way I'm gonna beat this guy when I get there, but man, I can't believe we did it.
Let's get to the good part. Let's talk about the money. Is it exciting for the 20 grand, or for your first win, or to be the inaugural winner of this event?
All three, you know, it covers all the bases for sure. Another thanks, I got to give thanks to my mom and dad. You know, they do everything for me. They're the ones that put me in this position, and I love them so much. I can't thank them enough. They do literally everything for me, and man, I just can't believe it.
The king is here. Long may he reign. Luke Baldwin, winner at South Boston.
Wow. Carson Lofton down here, the winner of the first two events, to congratulate his buddy Luke Baldwin. And Baldwin now going to be going through all the post-race ceremonies. He's got that Banker's Life Smarty Trophy manufactured by Jostens. The hug from Dad once again. I think that's the third time Tommy has been over there to congratulate him. A proud papa indeed. Matthew Dillner down there making sure that Luke Baldwin looks good with that checkered King's cloak. Never seen that before. Checkered pattern on the King's cloak. Second place today, Matt Hirschman, a winner here 2 years ago at South Boston Speedway. Let's go back downstairs to Derek Pernasiglio, who's got Matt.
You're absolutely right, Bob. Matt Hirschman has 2 career wins here at South Boston Speedway. Almost pulled off another big one today. And, boy, when the money's on the line, you rise to the occasion. But Luke Baldwin had a fast car. What could you have done to catch him?
No, he was just a little bit faster. You know, we just weren't good enough to win. Unfortunately for us, you know, we spent some time at the front, led some early, pretty good, but you know, we got you know, was at the front twice and just didn't have enough to win. And then you know, I didn't see it obviously yet, but I apologize to anybody's equipment that got wrecked off of 2 if that was my fault. The 12 went high in the middle, and then when he did, I sensed, like, I thought that I would be clear up off until it was called. It was too late that he come back up on the outside. So if that was my fault and other cars got wrecked, hate to see that. You know, it's kind of you know, it really a great event. Even, you know, second place, we don't come to finish second, but you won't probably finish second and have a better day than you will all year in terms of purse-wise. So, you know, I got to thank the Smart Modified Tour, Pace-O-Matic, and you know, the Dominion Energy, everybody that made this possible. I hope this can become an annual thing. That would be such a positive for modified racing, and we'll come back and see if we can do better next time. But I got to thank the whole team, all of our sponsors and supporters. We had Mitchell Store on, Smart Ford of South Boston, our people that are with us all year, Collier Trucking, Florida Connection. Just you know, like I said, I like to do better for them. I like to win, and you know, certainly, like I said, don't like to you know, ruin anybody else's day, and I probably did. Like I said, I don't really. I'd have to see it to, you know, see if it's what I sensed is what happened. But it just, like I said, it's unfortunate. That was kind of the big one of the day.
Did the early race contact mess up the front end where the car couldn't handle?
Yeah, there's just kind of stupid stuff happened, you know, during the race. And Doug apologized because he, you know, he backed up the track. He didn't think the field was still coming, and maybe I let my guard down too. I don't know, but I seen him moving, but I thought, you know, he's not going to back up in front of the field. But he didn't think the field was still coming, he said, and you know, we ended up making contact. Did bend the front end a little bit, but then we had the opportunity on the stop to try and make a quick adjustment there and make it better. So just no excuses. We just didn't have enough to win today, but certainly throughout the course of the race, there's some things that just should have been avoided possibly, or could have been avoided. If I could have avoided those any from behind the seat, I take responsibility for them.
Well, Matt Hirschman still gets to walk out of here $10,000 richer. He comes home in second place today, Bob. And in just a moment, we're going to catch up with Doug Kobe.
Not a bad payday indeed for second place, but we know Matt Hirschman does not run for second place, but he is a full-time racer as well. Doug Kobe winds up in the third spot. DP, I think if you would have asked Doug Kobe earlier on in the event if he would have wound up on the podium, he might have shook his head and said no.
You may be right, because after looking at all the damage on this car, the big question is how did you survive?
I don't know, man. This was pretty wild. This track's so fun. It's so fast. But, man, when they all check up on the backstretch, you really can't do anything. And 2 wrecks there. I got into the back of the one on one of them and bent the bumper over. And then the 04 on that big one on the backstretch. I mean, we just all piled in. And I just was hoping I could squeak through, and we did. And we got a ton of damage front and rear. And I think a little bit off with the toe, so I couldn't really, get into the throttle real good there at the end. But came home third. I'd like to say the car's in one piece. We'll give it like 7/8 of a piece or so. Really happy for Luke on his first win here. Thankful for Tommy to be here. Thankful to be here with the 7NY, Dominion Energy, Pace-O-Matic, and everybody with the Smart Modified Series. This tour is really fun down here. These tires are racy. This track is racy. So this was just a good day for us to come home in one piece and third place finisher.
Going back through the race with all the damage that was on the car, what were the brakes that helped you get back to third?
Well, I mean, I was rolling the top really good on all those restarts, probably the last 4 or 5 restarts. So I was kind of going to commit to the outside on the cone here on every restart, and I was kind of hoping Matt would take the bottom at the end there, and that I could go try and run the outside, because I knew I was bent up a little bit, and the car was good up top anyway. So just didn't work out for us with the restart. These 2 guys on the top of their game right now. Both cars super strong, and we're a little bent up, so couldn't quite stay with them, but came home third, so it's better than being wrecked in the fence.
Bob, Doug Kobe comes home in third. Matt Hirschman comes home in second. 2 multi-time champions of their craft, and they were both bested by a teenager.
Crazy, crazy race, DP. I want to get your final thoughts here before we go off the air. Of course, the cloak and the crown is on Luke Baldwin. You talk about drama. This one certainly had it. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is that this race had all of the drama involved that was talked about. And really right now, I just stopped Tommy Baldwin to chat with him really quick. And Tommy, you almost got tears in your eyes. Just instead of being a car owner, be a dad and tell us what's going through your mind.
I was watching him more than I was watching the 7NY, and he put on a clinic tonight, to be honest with you, for a 17-year-old would have that much speed and talent. Passed Hirschman twice, which 95% of the race and modified world has never passed Matt Hirschman, and he's passed him twice. And what about the 15-year-old and the 17-year-old? They're putting on a show down south here, and I'm just proud of everybody at PSR. They build really good race cars, first and third tonight, and yeah, I don't know what to say, man. It's been a whirlwind the last couple of months of what's been going on, and him getting called to drive that car. I didn't have anything to do with it. They called me and asked for him to drive, and I was like, yeah, okay. And just right out of the box was fast, and I knew he was going to be good. I didn't know he was going to be this good.
He's got a bit of the tiger in him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's smiling up there.
That's Tommy Baldwin. Tom Baldwin Sr., the Tiger, he's definitely smiling up there. A great day for the number 7 team.
Indeed he is. The Tiger, Tom Baldwin, just one of the best ever in modified racing, a unique character, and just always somebody that was fun to talk to. And now his grandson, Luke Baldwin, in victory lane, becoming the king of the modifieds. I don't know what to say. I've been watching the Baldwin family for such a long time. Both the Tiger and then Tommy doing what he did, back with Steve Park and the Sheba Racing Ride back in the day, and coming close to the title on the modifieds, and then working their way, both of them, Steve Park and Tommy, to the Cup Series and having success there. And Tommy still working in the Cup Series, but his love, he is here in the modifieds, and he's handed that love to his sons, both Luke and Jack, who is running a variety of modified racing around the country right now. And I got to say, as somebody that has watched modified racing for a long time, just got to say that I think I'm just so proud of the Baldwin family and what they've done, what they've become, and how good, Tommy, if you're listening, how good a kids that you have in Luke and Jack. And I think that's more than the victory. I think that's the testament of a father. Tommy, you raised some great kids. They have personality. They have character, just like your old man did. And now they are winners in tour-type modified competition. So a big congratulations to Luke Baldwin. Luke Baldwin is the king of the modifieds, not only in the South, but all over America. And that is a crown that he will wear forever. For everybody on this Flow Racing broadcast, for Matt Smith, for Ryan Hendricks, for all of our camera operators, for Matthew Dillner, Derek Pernasiglio, everybody from the Smart Modified Tour, Chris Williams and his entire staff, as well as Brandon and his entire staff from South Boston Speedway, congratulations on a fine day from one of the finest tracks in America, South Boston Speedway. And that man hoists the Banker's Life Smarty Trophy in Victory Lane as the king of the modifieds. Congratulations to Luke Baldwin.